Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, November the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Not seeing any yeses. So what does that mean? Guys can't hear me? Can't see my screen? Yes, yes. Thank you. Okay, good. All right, guys. Well, we've got a lot of earnings plays. Can't get to them all. If you have my pre-market actives up and down, you can sort on the earnings date column, and you can see all the earnings plays right now that are happening. There could be some more, of course, but right, this is in my with my filter set. So we've got anything that says 0.25 or minus 0.25. So 0.25 means they're releasing earnings this morning, and minus 0.25 means they released after hours yesterday. And so these are the ones that have moved up, and these are the ones that have moved down. So tons and tons of earnings plays. So let us take a look at some. Now, this Raj is not an earnings play, but I guess the deal that Zupo was going to buy them is now off. So they just got hammered. There's a classic, when you think, some deal is going to go through, it gets announced. Well, it's not true until it happens. So look at this devastation. Hopefully nobody was in this one. 236, basically almost cut in half. Whereas Dupont is, okay, DuPont for you guys, is up on that news. Not very much volume. Yeah, let's take a look at some of these earnings plays. Match, MTCH, big gap up on earnings. MTCH. Now, this is not an earnings play, but a collaboration with, this must be a private company, CSL. So our ARCT, a collaboration with CSL, and this is in essence a virus play through the 200-day moving average, ARCT through the 200-day moving average. Remember, it's not called Lumber Liquidators anymore, but I'm still going to call it Lumber Liquidators. Anyway, LL Flooring, big gap down on earnings for it, almost an all-time low. Almost an all-time low for LL. Couldn't see any news for this one. SNOA. Got to be something, but it's already pulled back a lot. Was not shortable for me. Yeah, couldn't see any news. Yeah, no volume guy. Well, you can't hear me. Just a minute. Okay, now guys, Tupperware, TUP. Remember, I don't talk. I'm not talking 100% of the time. TUP Tupperware. I think this may be getting close to a lifetime low. Tupperware, TUP, another earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Forza, FRZA. Okay, so it's held its gap. It's held the gap. All right. It receives a 50 electric boat reservation, 8.5 million in revenue. Okay. ENVX is an earnings play and it is gapping down. Whoa, and it's through the 200-day moving average now also. ENVX earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Maybe some support around that 1350 mark. And it hurts me to say this, but Canada Goose, whoa, boy, high flying used to be a high flying Canada retailer. Not anymore. So Canada Goose is just getting creamed here. Another earnings, well, not creamed necessarily so much on this one, but look at the gap down. You have to take a look at the monthly chart from whence it came. I mean, the stock was up almost $72 stock. I remember these days. Anyway, it has fallen flat, citing concerns in China. So anyway, Canada Goose is an earnings play. ZI, that earnings play, and it was gapping down on earnings. ZI gapping down on earnings. Another one. I think this is almost an all-time low also. This was a spin-off a while ago, Paramount. PARA. This is a lifetime low now for Paramount. PARA earnings play. Lots of volume. The earnings play, CHGG. CHGG. This is up, not a lot. Oh, actually, the volume has picked up a little bit. Last time I saw it wasn't great volume. CHGG. Where are they out of? A U.S. company. Okay. CHG, and another one that is through the 200-day moving average. ENVX. I think I just mentioned this one. ENVX. Yeah, I think I did just mention this one. Yeah, right at the 200-day moving average right now. Well, a little bit below it, a little bit below the 200-day moving average. And we are in for a sort of a neutral market. I guess today is Fed day, so we'll find out how much. And this one, SONN, one of the flyers from the last couple of days, released, I guess, negative news about their interim data into phase two. Well, maybe they don't think it's negative, but the market is the perception is negative. Just kind of check here to see if there's any other. DraftKings has earnings in a couple of days. Well, as you can see with this pre-market actives up and down, all these different columns, you can sort on them. The obvious thing to do at the beginning is to sort on the ones that are up the most, just to check to see what's happening. Now this BNFT, it looks like this is a buyout. Yeah, it looks like BNFT is a buyout. Yeah, okay, so 10.50 a share. Not really too familiar with these guys. I mean, I can read what they do, of course. Bandwidth, BAND. Don't really see them that often. Probably the volume is so light. Anyway, it's an earnings play. The volume is nothing right yet, but once this market opens, we might see some surge in volume. And this one says BAND, BAND. What could it get to? It looks to me like there's too much resistance, not that far away, but you never know. YumC is another earnings play, China company. YumC. That's a big gap up. Look at this, taking all this out through the 200-day moving average. YumC. So if it takes out this 47.87, where's the next high? 48. 47.86 is the next high. It was a little bit above, well, actually quite a bit above that in the pre-market. But as always, guys, my bias is to fade all these gappers. I just don't trust that they're going to maintain. Yeah, you know, with Canada Goose, it's funny because it's the eye test. 3 or 4 years ago, I think when I got, I don't know, 5 years ago, I can't even remember anymore, but when I got my first Canada Goose product, there was a lineup like you wouldn't believe to get into the store. Security was everywhere. Now there are tumbleweeds blowing through those stores. It's just amazing the difference. So this LL, boy, LL, almost a lifetime low. Tupperware, almost a lifetime low. Yeah, Para is definitely my type. It's an all-time low earnings play. So there is there's news. You know, I won't take it yet, but this is the one. This is the type of trade that I may do in the first 15 minutes because it is an all-time low. If it shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown, still a little reluctant because even these things that are just getting clobbered and they're lifetime lows, sometimes they will have a pop at the beginning before they settle down and then move the way they're supposed to. So I'm still a little reluctant to take it so soon. Okay, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. And as usual, we have quite a few more downgrades than upgrades. Let me get the upgrades in now. That's it. That's it for the upgrades. Just a few more downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I see that BTI has been downgraded by Goldman. BTI, let's see what BTI is doing. Volume is starting to pick up. Yeah, short the heck out of these guys. Boo, tobacco companies. Anyway, let's see. What is the next low looking left? 36.39 looks like it. Yeah, so it's at 37.94. The actual next low is 37.84, so it's almost right there. If BTI breaks down through that, then the next low is 36.44. So there is some room for BTI. Wants to keep going down. It's not an earnings play. It just looks like the Goldman downgrade is causing this move down. All right, let me get these into our upgrades and downgrades into our YouTube room. All right, guys, give me one moment. So you took the Forza. Take a look at Forza. Where could it get to before it hits the next high in the daily chart? Well, if I can see this, it looks like 247. Is that right? 247 is the next high looking left. Then after that, 288. All right, let's see if anything is sneaking in here. I do. AMD had earnings, so a little gap up on earnings. 58.79. Oh, that's through that level. Okay, is that right? No, it can't be right. No, 64.03 is the next high looking left. 64.03. So a little bit of room to that level. This is sort of an intriguing one, this band. I mean, it obviously doesn't trade very much. Only 41,000, 20 right now. The volume will pick up. It's an earnings play, released earnings after hours. You can see that mauve area is our after hours on our charts. So you can see a nice move after hours, but more importantly, it's holding. It's holding the after hour gains and moving a little higher. So Para continues down. Yeah, Para continues down. I just won't take it yet. And when I say yet, it doesn't mean I'm 100% taking it, but boy, yeah, I mean, all-time low. That was a couple of days ago, right, William, on the TSP? Yeah. All right, guys, about 10 minutes before the market opens. So let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. We're in for a negative open, not a hugely negative open, but definitely a negative open. So let's click on from our toolbar, click on new and then docked channel bar. Don't forget, click on the show more. Somebody asked me yesterday about how come earnings plays aren't there. Even though I clicked on the show more, I don't know how I missed that. But anyway, don't forget to click on the show more. And I'm going to get down to the sector status. A little bit of a change in energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs, or sorry, the major sectors. Major ETF for energy is XLE. So usually this is all or nothing. What do I mean by that? So these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 64% red, that means 64% of them are down from yesterday's close. And as I was saying, typically it's an all or nothing. Usually 100% are up or 100% are down. So anyway, there's no, I mean, tech is about 50-50, communications 50-50, healthcare 50-50. No horrible sector, no great sector. I mean, utilities, yeah, I mean, flight to utilities, dividend bearing stocks, people get a little nervous about the market. That can happen, but other than that, nothing really exciting. And if I can remember to look at the change from the open of those sectors at about 10 o'clock or 10:15, we could see a very different picture. Para continues down. Now, I don't know if this topping tail is real. That's also an issue. Was that real? Or was that just sort of almost like a misprint? But because that almost got back up to the close. All right, it seems like we've got, not in YouTube, but it seems like we've got some audio issues in our main room. Give me a moment here. You know what? I didn't even check. Yeah, okay. I thought when you said that, Dak, a pair of shares, I thought you meant there might not be any shares to short. Tons of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 4.8 million. Good morning, Viresh. And YouTubers. Yeah, YouTube never seems to have an audio issue. It's always the main room. May have to contact the developer of the room to find out what's going on, if it persists. In fact, what time is it now? 9:23. Yeah, I'm just going to give him a quick send him a quick email, okay? See if there's anything going on. Para, guys, para. All right, guys, just send him off a quick email just to see if anything's happening. Maybe there's something happening with one of his servers. Okay, guys, let's take a look. Anything Sneaking in here. Oh, Dak, your Forza is working a little bit here. I don't think, yeah, ENVX, yeah, there's lots of shares available also, Interactive Brokers for ENVX. This is another earnings play getting hit hard through the 200-day moving average. Maybe some support around, wow, it's already there. 1370, so maybe around that 1330 mark, maybe. Look at band. I mean, I did not take this. Well, this is just ripping here now, guys. When we're talking about this was what 1469, so it's tacked on about $1. It's just a little too early for me. Not a lot of volume yet, but the volume is certainly picking up. Spread is not great right now. 1553, 1570. Is this shortable for me? Yeah, lots of shares available, 732,000 at Interactive Brokers. You would think that maybe getting closer to that 16 mark might give us a little short opportunity for band. My goodness, look at this band. What's the spread like now? 31, 31, 34, 42.50, 32.50, 17.50. Wonder when I'm I feel like an auctioneer here, but this is all I'm talking about. There's the spread. Bid ask. Peter, are you in the room? Peter Smith, are you in the other room? You ask about the spread a lot. You know, the tighter the spread, the better it is because it's easier to buy. Okay, just in case you're in the room. Yeah, there was news on Forza. Yeah, there definitely was news on Forza, FRZA. After the company announced it received 50 electric boat reservations in the last 90 days, potentially resulting in an over 8.5 billion. Oh, I thought that said million. Okay, 8.5 billion in revenue. Okay, and yeah, that's the news. All right, guys. Well, my partner William is not alerting me that we're less than a minute. So we've got about 30 seconds, 20 seconds until the market opens. Let me get rid of this and get set for this open. You're right. It did. You know what? What's wrong with my eyes? I could have sworn the first time I read it was 8.5 million. Then I thought it said billion. Okay. Yeah, look, you see, it did say billion in this one. It did say, Torps, look at that. It did say billion in that one. So that's a misprint. Terrible misprint. Terrible. Thanks, Pepe. And we are now open, guys. We are now open. EVNX immediately now showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. But again, it's early. If this were an all-time low, it's very possible I would have taken it, but and I may regret it. I mean, there's the alert came in at 1307, 1241 right now. How's Para doing? Para had a wee bounce, just a wee one. So I'm going to stick an alert around 1685 for Para, see if it takes out that low. And that might be enough to get me in even early. This is not a recommendation. BCRX guys, BCRX on the comeback trail after yesterday. Big gap down yesterday on earnings and trying to pop back a little bit today. Maybe getting stalled by that 200-day moving average, 1307, maybe. This is shortable also for me. Oh, there's Tupperware, guys. Tupperware, another earnings play. Almost an all-time low. Tupperware. Yum-C is an earnings play. China company. Nice little move. It's starting to fall a bit. Little pop now. How is KWeb doing? Actually, when I looked at KWeb this morning, it was up. It was up here. Now it's starting to fall, so it's almost gone flat. KWeb, of course, big ETF. You want to follow China stocks, see how, if you get into a China play, you probably should have KWeb side by side, so you'll get a feeling for how overall China stocks are doing. Look at this. Yeah, look at this SPY. Yikes. Yes, good morning, PJ. That's why I don't take these things early. Look at Para. Look at the pop it did. I'm afraid to look at band. I really am. Unbelievable. Well, if you're with me in the pre-market, we're talking about this one right around 1469, 1480. I was saying, I didn't know much about it. There wasn't very much volume. And look at this. What a move. Shortable too, for me anyway, Interactive Brokers. Reported better than expected. So BAN reported better than expected Q3 sales results. Also issued Q4 and FY22 sales guidance above the estimates. So that's what I'm saying. I know I repeat this a lot, but who's heard of BAN? I mean, that's obviously there are people out there that know BAN, but I mean, most people, 99% of people probably never heard of BAN, never traded it. But it's an earnings play. So the day they have earnings, this is the sort of thing that can happen, either upside or the downside. Well, I love these more obscure earnings plays. Wow, ENVX. Well, ENVX, I guess, well, that was the one if you piled in immediately. 14 down to 11. Wow. Oh, ENVX. Well, let's see. Where could it stall on the way down? There's a low. Wow, that's 10. Looks like there's next areas are around 10, a little over $10 where their next lows are. Okay, so ARCT was sort of gapping down, but now it has popped right back up. Some kind of a collaboration with, I think this is a private company called CSL. Basically it's a virus play. They must have released that news after hours yesterday. That's that Mauve area. All right, now here's an earnings play. CHGGs, and look at that bottoming tail though. I mean, wow. CHGG is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average, and the next highs 28.34 looks like the next high looking left, other than today's high. So there is some room for this one to keep running, but again, it is early. Okay, CLW got clobbered on earnings yesterday, and a continuation so far. CLW, maybe that 200-day holds it, 34.74. It's about $1 away from that. Maybe that holds it. Oh, ENVX. Well, anybody take it early, you are laughing. I didn't do it. It had been an all-time low. I would have been more inclined to do it, but it wasn't. Just press the sell button, right? But if you've never shorted before, you better, I mean, you've shorted before, I'm assuming in your brokerage account, But in order to short something, you just click the sell button in Brokerage Plus. I'm assuming you would, if you've never shorted before, I would assume you would practice in the simulator first before connecting to your broker if you have interactive broker. Look at CHGG, guys. Okay. Make sure you understood that. That makes sense. It was a question in our YouTube room. How do you short using Brokerage Plus? I would click on an alert. Oops, I got to first of all click on the simulator. Let me just do a couple of things here. Okay. Trying to get connected here to the simulator. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm in the simulator. If I wanted to short CHGG, I just click the sell button, and that's it. Obviously pick how many shares I want, etc. So to short anything in the simulator with in Brokerage Plus, you just click the sell button. Okay. Wow. Could drive you crazy, So, I mean, I was just talking about this one and saying how some of these obscure earnings plays can go crazy the day they have earnings, and this is the poster child for it right here, right here. Have you ever shorted before though, Raid? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Okay, just want to make sure. So you can practice shorting. I mean, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can connect Brokerage Plus to your account, and then you can actually, use Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account or your E-Trade account, or you can practice, of course, just using the simulator. But yeah, just click the sell button. Well, guys, look at Meta. Look at Meta. Look at this move down. How's Amazon doing this morning? I keep thinking Amazon is going to hold that 100. It's still a little bit below it, but Meta is just really giving it up. Okay, guys, Para, maybe this is it. I mean, but there was a lot of buying that came in. I got up right up to 18. I don't like that. I much rather like something that obviously looks like the ENVX. Look at the ENVX and how different it is. He had no real pop. I mean, this is the pre-market ENVX. There's a gap down, little base, another little gap down, little base, and then the straight move down. I mean, it's popping now, but it didn't have a move in the pre-market moving up at all. It was basically just, we're just selling, 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 selling. I mean, there's been a pop here, of course, but contrast that with Para, which had a big, now this had, it looked like it had a big move, but even if we discount that topping tail, even that move up, right here, and then you had that big topping tail here. So it's a little less certain, in my opinion, anyway. All right, guys, I am interested. It's an all-time low. Reminds me a little though of what was that one yesterday? I can't remember. Oh, here's an earnings play, guys. SMCI, super micro. Don't really think I saw this one in the pre-market. Super micro. Look at this one, SMCI. Now this is the flipping the script. This is a all-time high for SMCI. SMCI all-time high. Volume is coming in. My friend Hootie. HUDI, guys. Okay, I have to mention it because it has got halted. Um, extremely risky. Extremely risky, okay? But it did get halted. And the next high looking left is 20. No, the next high looking left is 39, believe it or not. And then remember this day back here. Soy. Now this actually showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown also yesterday, and somehow I missed it. Look at that gap down, but it's trying to fight back a little bit today. SOI. Well, I know Tupperware showed up on your bounce scan. Tough to take it. now anyway, I think. It is an earnings play, so I mean, there is a reason why this is getting destroyed. Also, the market is moving down, but it did show up on Zach's bottoming scan. Let me see. I wonder why we're having audio issues. Let me see if the developer of the room got back to me. Okay, so you guys I'm going to have to do an audio reset on my end. Let me see if I can. So I'm probably going to lose the audio for a bit here. Okay, guys, I think you can hear me. Now, I don't know about YouTube. I've got this weird. I love technology. YouTube is so good. Thank you, Ian. All right, I know YouTube should be fine. Hopefully, the main room now. I did what's called an audio reset for the whole room. But now I got this stupid icon that is from StreamYard that I can't get rid of. Okay, guys, I have to get back. Cano. Yeah, look at Paramount. I mean, it looked, I had my alert set underneath 17, but Paramount is too whippy right now. The buyers have definitely been holding this up for a bit. I mean, it's still down 9%, but okay, guys, listen, I'm going to try to do this reset of the audio bridge again. Okay, so you're going to lose my audio probably again. And now you should hear me again. Yeah, right. The confusion. There are two rooms. You see, this is the other sort of the main trading room. It's more active. So I've got two rooms. Wow, look. Okay, look at the hoodie now, guys. HUDI just came out of its halt. Very, 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 very. How many varies can I add? Risky. No, would have been a heck of a short. All these audio issues are distracting me a bit. But look at this now. 1868 has dropped, what, a dollar and a half, $1.30 or so. Ha! Look at this, guys. Cano Health ticks higher. CVS says still looking at primary care M&A. Oh, okay, yeah, but they're not targeting Cano necessarily. They're just saying, yeah, we're looking at potential M&As. Doesn't mean it's got anything to do with CANO. But that was the rumor here. That's why CANO popped. The big rumor was that CVS was going to buy them. Okay. And then on this day, this disaster day, CVS said, we're not looking to buy them. But now just because CVS says, well, we continue to look for M&As, but they don't mention Cano. What a game. What a game. Not a low float either. 154 million in the float. This is shortable also. This is a shortable. Wow, I see it showed up on Zach's topping tail scan. Yeah, this is a shortable one also. You got to be careful. I mean, because when it's a rumor again, and sometimes these things can keep going a lot higher before they finally fall. I don't see any news on SNOA. I don't see any, but anyway, it is a gap through the 200-day. Maybe they had news yesterday. I just can't see it in Interactive Brokers. The next high looking left is 361. Is that right? No, 347-ish. But it's through the 200-day moving average now, SNOA. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, so Getty's alive again. Again, that was a little Kramer mention a couple of days ago. Gety, only reason that I could see anyway. All right, guys, I just took a little short in this Cano. Okay, it's anywhere into the 90s. I'm out. $385. So we'll see if it holds this level and moves back down. I'm not expecting too much, but any move into the 90s and I'm gone. Well, come on. Don't stall on me. Take me out of the trade or make me some money, but don't stall on me. Volume is still good. Volume is surging in still, so I may be a little premature, but we'll see. Here's another one just showing up, guys, on my 10-day daily breakdown. GTHX. GTHX. Let me take a look and see what's happening with that one. GTHX. I think I saw this in the pre-market. Is it an earnings play? It is an earnings play. Wow, almost an all-time low. Also, GTHX through the 200-day moving average. Where could it go to? So it looks like there's, pretty good support right where it is. If you look at that daily chart, if it can crack through that, then the next level, wow, 620. Keep an eye on this one for a short, guys. GTHX. Lots of shorts available, Interactive Brokers anyway. This is the level. If you look at the daily chart, you can see it's kind of sitting right there. So if it cracks down, like say, I'm going to put an alert around 783. Excuse me, 783, because that'll take all that out. And then if you look down here, there's some support around 644. That's certainly far enough away. So let's see. Let's see if it takes, I'm not going to anticipate it's going to take that out. I'm just going to wait to see if it happens. Shady's in Rog, ROG. Got absolutely crushed today because of the, well, actually it happened after hours. So one of your government bodies said, no way is we're going to allow this DuPont to buy you. Look at that. Right. Look at DuPont. So, I mean, the share reacted well to that news, or the stock reacted well to that news. Look what it did. Got right into the 200-day moving average and stopped. All right, guys, get some crumbs out of the canoe. If I stop now, certainly won't let it get above 385. That's where I shorted it. I was just going to set the cover some at 371, but glad I held off a little bit here. Okay, I've just covered some at 366 though. 366 from 385. Not bad. 20 cents or so with a 4 cent, about a 5 cent stop. So that's a 1 for 4 so far. Stephen, I would say that universally, I don't know any, I mean, I'm not saying there's nobody, but I would say universally it's the SMA. Okay. I don't know. I really don't know very many who use the 200 EMA on a daily chart. I'm not saying that nobody does, but I think universally it is the SMA, 200 SMA. Just keeping an eye on the Cano to see if it can get a little bit lower on the piece I've got left. Oh, look at match. Wow. Again, my bias is always right in this market that we're in is to, short all these pops. I mean, obviously didn't do this one, but that is my overall bias. So MTCH was a earnings play, released earnings after hours, looked good. I think I was even saying it kind of, and it held the pop. But look what happened. The market opens, and with the market, the fact that it had obviously a great reaction anyway, initially to its earnings, it's just selling off. Here's another one, CHC. Right. So here's another one, good, look pretty good on earnings at the beginning through the 200-day moving average, a ton of room looking left, selling off somewhat. I mean, not a catastrophic sell-off or anything, but I mean, 27.85 down to 25.66. I mean, that's a $2 drop. Hard to keep in the trade. See how, okay, well, let's see if we can get a little bit more out of this Cano. So you can see that I did not try to anticipate that GTHX was going to take this out. I have my price alert was set down here for GTHX, set just below all that area on the daily chart where there's a lot of action on the daily chart. I did not try to anticipate it was going to do it. I'll let it happen. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. All right, let me take a look at some of the ones that have been winning races. This VRNS was a nice short yesterday. This is one I did short yesterday from my 10-day daily breakdown. Earnings play just got hammered down. Trying to come back a little bit. Lithium, let's take a look at, I know it's not lithium, but well, it's even, it's approaching the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart too, Vicky. So when you say you get caught, Daniel, in consolidation, what do you mean by that? You're taking something that's in consolidation and then you're caught in it? Is that what you mean? Interesting. It's not showing up in mine. The question is, how can I get yeah, these are these NASDAQ's, or I don't know, some exchange special symbols, the ZA, ZZT. Let me just take a look at it because Yeah, so this is what I do. Now, it's not, it won't be 100%, but look at the volume, 9,300. I mean, I have a minimum volume in here, okay? About 20,000 shares, number one. Okay, so of course, then I will not see this. I don't know how many shares typically that would, okay, guys, are we watching? So I'm out of the Kano now, as that was starting to pop up. So that wasn't bad. Now, I mean, if you're, what you can do is, if you ever, have you ever created a symbol list, Gus? Okay, I mean, this is another way around it. I actually did create a symbol list like this. Excluded, yeah, I call it excluded symbols. If I click on it, and what I do is I loaded things like that in there. Okay, and then what you can do is right click. I mean, you don't, I wouldn't, I mean, I probably wouldn't do it. It seems like overkill if you just put 20,000 minimum. But if you wanted to, in other alert windows, for instance, or windows, then symbol lists, and then that's a drop down menu, and then exclude the following lists. So if you put symbols like that into, you can name it whatever you want, and then it'll prevent stocks like, or symbols like that from appearing, as an example. Okay. But I put 20,000 minimum in the halts resumes because I mean, sometimes I was getting stocks, not so much those crazy symbols, but some stock with, 1,000 shares that gets halted. Well, I don't care. Okay, a little bit whippy, but ARCT is now moving again. It hit a low of 21.85. So again, another $3 pop, but you got to be careful. I think you just got to be careful. The pre-market high was 25.24. I'm sorry, that's wrong. And actually, yeah, 4 o'clock got gapped up to 27. Okay, so the rumor mill. Okay, so now listen, with Cano, I could easily flip the script, I guess, if this rumor persists. My pleasure, Am. The AI is silent today. No alerts yet from the AI. Cake is an earnings play. It's been very choppy. Cake is an earnings play. It is down. At one point, it actually got up, looked like it was basically flat. Got up to probably its close of yesterday. But Cake is an earnings play. Underneath the 200-day moving average, you can see right there, it's just underneath it. 33.50. So yeah, 32.71. So it's underneath that 200-day moving average. All right. Well, Tup did have a little pop from Zach's bouncers and toppers, but the first alert was at 446. So if you'd taken it there, you wouldn't have liked it. But the next alert was at 428. This is what I'm talking about. This is for advanced traders only, in my opinion. Is two of the scans that I am sharing. All right, there's Hootie. Again, highly risky, highly risky. All right, what else is happening here? So that Forza, okay, Dak, sorry. So you did okay on it, I guess. Got up to that 278 level. All right. EXG, some kind of a tax managed global diversified equity fund showing up here. Well, if you just loaded it, it may be empty, okay? If you just loaded it, typically usually you'll see the last one though. Oh, you loaded before the market opened, really? Um, it's possible that I made some changes, to what you have on the website. If you can follow what I'm doing, Jonathan, I'm going to right click configure on the bounce plays, and this is what I've got. So it's possible, I put that in my homepage a long time ago. It's possible I made some adjustments. I don't think the price range should be the same. Minimum volume is 400,000 shares. The 2-minute range is at least 15 cents. Price is down 3% from the previous close. RSI no more than 15. So it's the volume that was the difference. Okay, so that's probably the same in both. I think yeah, but that shouldn't have mattered. That should not have mattered. The reason being is, I mean, Cano has traded 8 million shares, and Tup has traded, 4 million. There's no way that it hadn't hit 500,000. Okay, so the price down at least 3% from the previous close. I'm just, this is a question somebody's asking. Why are they not getting the same alerts I'm getting in Zach's bouncer and topper scan? Okay, so maybe take a screenshot of this, and you can check to see what you've got. Can you do that? I mean, I mean, I think I used to have it at 20, but I changed it to 15. But well, maybe change it to 15 then. I mean, it's hard to believe that that would make all the difference in the world, but it's possible that did. So in both of them, I changed it to 15 from 20. But it does make sense, I guess, a little bit, even a 5-minute difference, because at some point, maybe it was popping a little bit, maybe. Okay, thanks, Vicky. Okay, I guess that is the reason. Okay. All right, here's another one, guys. RYAM is an earnings play, doesn't trade very much. You can see 397,000 shares have traded, but that represents almost 18 times normal. Okay, so this does not trade very much, but it's having its day. It's through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left, kind of popped in there. After that, it is 637. So it's got a little bit of room, RYAM, if you look left. Are there a lot of shorts for Forza? Well, first of all, hopefully you had a stop. I don't know if there's a lot of shorts. I mean, first of all, it's a super low float, 2.3 million. So that is one reason why it's going to be very whippy. What we have here is only of that float, only 1.6 million or 1.6% of that 2.3 million is short. Okay, so it's not like an excessive number. But the issue mainly is the float itself. It's so low that yeah, wonderful when it's going up, but it can drop just like badly on you if you're not paying attention. But hopefully, you have a stop. Where's your stop, Joel? First of all, where did you get into the trade? What price? Just out of curiosity. So 258. Okay, you got in at 258 on the way down or on the way up? So there's 258 right there. Oh, right at the open. Okay, so it got up to 268 and then it dropped down to 249 and then it did pop up to 276. I mean, because of that float, I would have been taking some off for sure on a pop like that. Also, what happens when you look left? There's a high right there of 288. I mean, it's approaching that high. So, but what was your stop? Or what is your stop? Well, then I can't help you. Joel, I'm sorry. I don't teach trading, but if I'm ever going to preach anything, it's having a stop to get out of a trade if it's not working. So if you're not a stop kind of guy, well, then I can't help. Okay, guys, ENVX may be ready for another leg down. ENVX, take a look. It had a little pop up and still has some room to about 10. Of course, it's an earnings play, just getting hammered here on earnings. Not quite a lifetime low. So a little pull up to 11. Wow, that's a big, ooh, that's a big jump though. It got from 1043 all the way up to almost 12. So it popped $1.50. It's the only thing that doesn't give me a lot of confidence. But the market is certainly slip sliding away. And yeah, 2 o'clock, we'll have some, we'll see if it's going to be 50 or 75 basis points. Yeah, I still can't find any news on Sanoa. It may have some, it probably had some news yesterday because it did have a nice pop yesterday. Well, this is sort of interesting, maybe as a potential short. FTI, UK stock. The reason I say that is coming into that 11 area. I had to have something yesterday. I mean, you know, this came from 197, got all the way up to 3. You just don't see anything. I don't see anything. You guys, I'm really trying to watch this ENVX or a potential short. Again, the only thing that really is preventing me from just taking it right now is that pop it did, about $1.50. All right, guys. Well, while I'm waiting on that, I will wish anybody who's brand new in the room or brand new this week a big welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. My name is Barry Anderson, and I work for Trade Ideas. Yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. And you can ask me questions, of course, all day long. All right, so I put my homepage link in. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, there is a nice promo code for you, Test Drive 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. This is what I would do. If you're not sure about the product, don't take out an annual subscription, okay? You can start off with a monthly, either standard or premium. There's no alerts yet from the AI today, a little bit surprising, but that's can happen. So we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is 2,000, standard is 1,000, less the 25%. But you can always go to a month. You can stay month to month forever if that's what you want. If you do take out a subscription today, it'd be 118 or 228, less the 25% for the first month only. Again, listen carefully. With somebody screaming at us saying I mean, well, I don't want to get too into it, but you know, if we were going to offer 25% month to month, then why would anybody take out an annual? Okay, doesn't that make sense? So anyway, the 25% discount is good for the first month only. After that, this is what you'd pay going forward. We're not trying to scam anybody, okay? If you take out a monthly subscription today and then within 30 days you decide, yeah, I'd like an annual, we will honor the 25%. Okay. And let's get started. Do it. If you don't do this, I won't have a lot of patience if you say, well, I don't know what an alert window is or what a top list window is, because it's all covered in this Let's Get Started, okay? Take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos. Some of them you don't have to do if you've already downloaded and installed and your first startup and login, but this at least gets you going, okay? I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, free, of course. You can sign up for it there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. How is SHOP doing? I know it got hit yesterday with a lot of the stocks. Yeah, it's still hanging in there. What was it? 34.50 or so was the trigger. Today's Wednesday, yeah. So I think 34.50 did get up to 36.35. So it's still hanging in there. So you can sign up for it. It is free. You'll get it sent to you before the market opens, about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. If you've signed up for it but you don't get it, please check your spam folder, and or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, sometimes it goes in there. Education right here, all the education, all the education. Here's a great user guide. That's that getting started section. Okay, that's the 10 videos. At the very least, know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. Obviously, we have a lot more in the guide. You don't have to learn everything, okay? But at least nail down what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and in the stock racing. There's that getting started. So daily support. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. Okay. And before I take my break in the main room, I'll put the YouTube link so you can head over there and listen to Jamie for an hour. Also, Chris Varley is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. I do shut the main room down at 3:30. So that's why you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris for another hour. Daily webinars. I believe there's one today. This is the one I help out on, where you can sign up for them all right there. New to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this all together. This is a great free resource. Use it if you're new to trading. You know, trading is not easy. You've got to have some basics. You know, I mean, introduction to charts, candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. Okay. And then another section of my homepage, my scans that I'm sharing. These are the two races that you see, the race mode, biggest gainers from the open, and the large cap gainers from the open. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay, that's what I use in the pre-market. I do have some other scans that I am sharing. So save my link. If you do take out a subscription, appreciate it if you use my link, save it. Helps the room, keeps the room free. And yes, I get a little cut. Also, of course, then if you save my link, you can look at my scans anytime you want. I do, alter them from time to time, and also that big education section. So save my link, the link to my homepage. All right, I showed you the scans that I am sharing. I showed you the scans that I'm sharing, and we have a lot of other scans that we have created. If you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Docked Channel Bar, and if you click on Show More, you'll see all of the scans that we have. Well, these are layouts, okay? These are theme-based layouts, and then within each layout, there are scans. So let me click on the momentum layout. Okay, wow, there's that hoodie. Very risky. So what you're seeing here, this is the momentum layout, and these are the scans within. So this is the exercise I'm just going to demonstrate, okay? You can go to the different layouts. If you see a scan that you think, hey, I wouldn't mind having maybe that one as part of my layout, For instance, this one. Now I am sharing this one. This is called Momo in my on my homepage. Okay, this is the one that I'm actually sharing. But let's just say again, let's pretend that this is not on my homepage, and you're just looking at a scan, and you thought I wouldn't mind having that as part of my layout. So you look at it, you right click, configure, summary. That's telling you what the scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect. Okay, the filters are the screening aspect. So if the stock is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of the day, and the volume in the last minute, this is kind of the key thing, 1000% of normal, 400% of normal in the last 5 minutes, etc. If all of these screeners, these filters, all the values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so at 10:30, Hootie made a new high for the day at 32.97. You can see that was the last alert that came through this window. There's nothing since. It's 10:33 right now. So if you like this scan, then what you have to do, you have to take it out of the layout. You got to take it out of the layout. So you right click, duplicate into a free floating window. When I do that, it's going to pop up on one of my other monitors. Okay, and here it is, free floating. Okay. Now, if you like the scan exactly the way we've set it up, great. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it to your cloud, okay? Now, if you don't like it exactly this way, in other words, maybe you want a different price range, right click, configure, summary. So maybe you want a different price range. Click on the icon, and there's the price. You can maybe change it to 10 and 100. Click on summary, you'll see now that it has changed, 10 and 100. And then you can say, okay, and then you save it to the cloud. Okay, that's how you can, you can adjust it if you wanted it. There's Hootie again, guys. Okay, so the exit, all I'm really trying to show you, you can go to the different layouts. You can take a look at a scan first, see what it's looking for. And if you like the idea, there's Lind. Now, one other important step, okay? You'll notice that when I click on an alert here, nothing happens. I mean, it doesn't change these charts. It doesn't change the charts I've got. When I click on Lind here, you'll notice that it'll change right here. Okay. Now, so what happens is it's only going to look at the charts within the layout. So what you have to do, one other step, kind of wish they would get rid of, or they would get rid of this, but one other step, because if you have this as part of your layout, typically what you want to be able to do is click on the alert and have it load into your charts. So you must right click, symbol linking. You see where it says dock window? That's where it's checked. Check link to all, okay? Now when you click on Lind, okay, it's going to change. It'll change everywhere, but just to prove it to you, I clicked on Hootie. See how Hootie has changed down there. So that is just a sort of an additional step. Just a minute. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm back. So again, you can that's the one thing I would do though. If you're going to take the scan out of the layout, make sure that you go to symbol linking and then check link to all. Okay, and then you save it to your cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, and you save it. Now it's in your cloud. Now you can go to different scans or different layouts and take a look at the different scans that we've created. And you see something interesting, go through that exercise. Now, when you change something in the layout, as long as you stay in the channel, that of course that change will remain. But if I make a change right here, and then I leave the channel, and then I come back, the change is not saved. Okay, the reason being is that these layouts are for everybody. The fact that you want to make a change in something does not necessarily mean that's what everybody else wants. Okay. Hmm. Let me do another. Guys are having audio issues in the main room. Let me try again to what's called. So you're gonna lose the audio in YouTube in the main room for a bit. Okay, now you should have me back. Ah, mm. Hey, you guys on YouTube can hear me. I'm trying to get the audio working in the main room. Okay, guys. So I know you can hear me in YouTube. I'm gonna have to let the main room know. Hey guys, I know you guys can hear me in YouTube. I'm just trying to get the other room working. And I'll get the screen sharing going. All right, guys, how's that? I actually left the room, came back in. I think everybody is still there. And the screen sharing should be working. Okay, good. Okay, just got to rearrange a couple things. Okay, we're done. Okay, good. I'm glad that helped. In the meantime, man, I missed this ENVX short. Wow. It did finally cascade it all the way down to 10. PJ, lie is an earnings play, isn't it? LI is an earnings play. Yeah, it's an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. Why did I think it was an earnings play? Okay, guys, just briefly though, I just want to explain to people that if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Okay, so if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then I click on search. These are all these are all the alerts that we have. You know, I almost exclusively just use the new high and new low alerts. Okay, but there are lots of many other alerts. Okay, 5-minute highs, 10-minute highs, 30-minute highs, things like that. Lots and lots of alerts. And these are real-time alerts. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we have. Now, don't get overwhelmed by how many we have. Okay, when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build scans. So they thought, okay, if we create enough alerts and filters, the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Lots of different trading styles out there. Okay, so do not get overwhelmed by all the alerts and filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay, but of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. If you're ever wondering if we have something, again, you click on an alert window, configure, and search. Click on that search. So if you're wondering, well, wonder what these guys have for RSI. So just type in RSI. You will see it here. If you're looking for a 10-minute RSI, we don't have it. Okay. And we can't create it. You're looking for MACD. You know, this is what we have for MACD. If you want a 7-minute MACD, we don't have it. We try to create enough for the majority of our customers that, you know, satisfying, again, the majority of our customers. Looking for Ichimoku. Well, you can see right off the bat, we don't have anything. So that's a good way, you know, to search, type in the search terms, and you'll see what we have. You know, you're looking for, we have tons of volume. You know, we've got some volume alerts and we've got all sorts of different volume filters. Okay. So anyway, that's a good way to search rather than wondering, geez, I wonder if these guys, how would I know if these guys have, you know, a certain filter or a certain alert? You can usually just type in and it'll show you. And just quickly, this window called Brokerage Plus. This is a big blue window that we call Brokerage Plus. Racing and Brokerage Plus not available in the web-based version. Okay, so you must be using our downloadable application. This is not a Mac product. To load this Brokerage Plus window, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. And why I like to emphasize its use, especially as a simulator. Yes, you can use it if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. And then you can trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, and I type in the Brokerage Plus link. You'll notice that there are two videos. The short video shows if you have a broker, an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, how you can connect to this to trade. If you have another broker, it doesn't work. Okay, please don't ask, well, why not? Or are you going to add? No, we'd love to, but I have no idea when or if. So right now it's just E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use this. Now, Jamie, who will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he uses Brokerage Plus and his E-Trade account to trade. Okay, so you can ask him questions about that. But how I really like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Okay, click on that sim, and now you're in paper trading mode, simulation mode. And so important to practice trading before you commit money to the market. All you need is our standard service, and then it uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. If you're still unsure about who you want to be your broker, no problem. But you want to practice trading, standard service, get in the simulator, practice. Well, it seemed, as Dean, I looked at the news and it seemed they already released the news. Yeah, they released news, interim data. Okay, that's the reason for the SON drop, SONN drop. Maybe they're presenting something after market also, but that was at 8:02 this morning, maybe even earlier. As from Interactive Brokers, this is okay, so that's the reason for the drop. All right, let's see, anything happening? Okay, let me go over what the races are all about. And you can create your own race, of course. These are the two races that I'm sharing, but of course you can create your own race. I'll explain what I mean. Every race begins from a top list. If I right click, open the top list. Okay, so if I right click again and click on configure, this is what this scan is looking for. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Just a minute. So if those filter values are met, okay, when I start, my races are 4-minute races. Okay, that's just it's a user defined. I've created 4-minute races. If you want 3 1-minute races, 10-minute races, it's up to you. But what I'm doing is 4-minute races. You can see it's got 15 seconds left. What that means, so when you see a stock right at the top here at 1.45%, that means since the race started, this is the one that has moved the most right now. Okay, now and that will be declared the winner. So that one won the race. Okay, now that doesn't mean though that during, when the race started, remember these are 4-minute races, there could have been a stock up 10%, but then it dropped. All right. So, but this is what happens. As long as the filter values are met, all these filter values are met. When the race starts, the stock that is moving the most, assuming these filter values are met, you'll see them moving up to the top of the leaderboard. Okay. But they'll be jockeying for position all through that 4 minutes. And you notice that a new race will start the minute one race is over, and that'll happen all day long. Okay. Now, so again, before we had the races, we still have top lists, of course, and you can still use top lists in this fashion, but typical use of a top list is for ranking or sorting and then finding the ones that are up the most, for instance, or have the most. So you can do that on any column header that you've got. So I just sorted on the change from the open percent. So RYAM, RYAM, With all those filter values, this is the one that has moved the most since the open, 28.4%. Since yesterday's close, it's up 40%. Okay. But I like to, so this gives you an idea about, okay, these are the stocks that have moved the most, the open from the open, its opening trade. But how are you going to use this to trade? I mean, it's nice to have that information maybe, but what if this stock down here, HLIT, it's 6%. What if all of a sudden it starts to move 8%, 10%, 12%? You'd never know that. And that's where the races come in. You don't have to, you don't have to really try to stare at a list of stocks to see which ones are moving the most. This race will help you. It'll show you the stocks that are moving the most at the time, right at this very time. So there's the SNOA. Okay, it's not a huge move, but not bad, 2.4%. But also, it automatically creates a watch list for you to follow all day long. You'll have 10 stocks, and the number one stock will always be the one that has won the most races, and then the number two stock, etc. So this gives you a great watch list for you all day long. You look at Band, okay, it only won one race, but you might have looked at this and said, well, okay, won one race early. Maybe I like to take this on a pullback if it pulls back to a certain level, as an example. Or, if there's the VWAP, maybe if it takes out the VWAP or something like that. This is why you've got to practice trading, develop your own style. So this is why, though, it's very key to follow these stocks that win races all day long. Set price alerts at certain levels, that if it hit a certain level, you might be interested in taking the trade. Don't bemoan the fact that, oh man, I missed it when I did this. Well, yeah, but maybe it's going to pull back to a certain level that I like, and then I can take the trade. Or maybe if it takes out a certain high, maybe it takes out the high of the day. Who knows? Maybe it'll keep running. Okay, so that's why very important to follow these stocks all day long. Now, this race over here is very similar to this race. The only difference, it's called large cap gainers because I put a 500 million minimum market cap and a 50 million minimum float. So you're not going to see stocks, typically anyway, that you're not going to see, 10%, 5% moves here. But if you're new to trading, this might be I hate to say a better way to go, but it's certainly not as volatile. These can be very, very volatile. Exciting when you get in and they work, not so much when they don't work. But here's the VRNS. It just won the last race. It actually has won two races now. And I mentioned this one earlier. Got hit hard on earnings yesterday, got slammed down, trying to recover a little bit today. Well, Dean, companies, unless they absolutely come out and say, we're very disappointed in the results, etc. It doesn't matter what we think. So this is what the company is saying. Okay, no, what does it say? This could be the key, etc. So yeah, it all looks good, in theory, but it doesn't matter what we think. The market is saying, not as good as we wanted. Okay, that's what it's really all about. They can try to paint a rosy picture in the press release, but it really doesn't matter. It's what the market is telling us right now. Now tomorrow, maybe that news gets digested, maybe it moves up again. I don't know. That's another thing. This is not an earnings play, but people look at earnings and they see a headline. They see revenue up, earnings up, etc. Everything's up. What they fail to see, though, is that they really look at the press release. They may be saying, however, we're guiding lower next quarter. It's all about guidance. So that can really perplex people when they look at headlines, say, well, how can this be? They had record profits, they did this and that, but they're guiding lower for the next quarter. Why would you buy a company when they're going to guide lower? This is all about what are you going to do for me now? Great, you had a nice quarter, but what are you going to do for me now? Boy, look at this one, guys. Rambus. Holy smokes. Rambus, all-time high. Not an earnings. It was an earnings play yesterday. So this is a classic second day continuation on earnings. Okay. Classic. And the market is, trying to turn around just a little bit. I haven't really been following. Again, today, 2 o'clock. The excitement, whatever they're going to do, 50 or 75. I'll put that SPY chart up about a minute before 2 o'clock Eastern and watch the fireworks. Yeah, if I said, okay, here's a house that went up, 750,000 last year. I want, 900,000 for it now. The market's been going up. But if I then said to you, but you know what, the prices of this house is probably going to drop next year. Why would you buy it now then? Maybe that's not a great analogy, but okay, guys. So all I've been able to do is take that Cano short. Start looking for something to do now. The para still is somewhat interesting to me. I have an alert set down at 1683. An earnings play. You just got, basically it's an all-time low. That's a nice move for VRNS, guys. We're just mentioning it right around here, around over that 18 level. It was winning a race. So just another word about the races. Of course, open the top list, okay? So when you get used to using trade ideas, of course you can launch your own race based on your set of parameters. This is mine. This race is looking for stocks that are doing that meet all these filter requirements. If you wanted a different price range or more volume, or didn't care about being up 2% from the close, or maybe you wanted to add some filters in, yeah, create your own top list, and then you just right click and launch the race from the top list. Now, all of this is covered in the guide. Okay, I'm going over this, relatively quickly, but this is not, I'm not trying to teach every single aspect of trade ideas. That's where, you've got to do a little bit of work on your own. And this is what I mean. So when you click on my home page and then go to the education section, scroll down. Education section is here. And then the user guide. And then over here's TI stock races. Okay, so here it is. We've got some videos explaining everything, and we have text, race startup, configuration, etc. Okay, so all the information about racing is here. I demonstrate its use, but I don't expect anybody to completely remember everything I say. So that's why the guide is a great reference. Okay, so was it Joe? You didn't put a stop in for Forza. You probably are still in it. So it's getting closer to where you bought it, right? 258, I think you said 258. So it's getting closer. So you may be able to escape. Yeah, actually, look at this. Yeah, lumber liquidate. Well, it's not lumber liquidators anymore, but yeah, coming back. You're probably looking at a 5 minute cross, Vicky. The 15 minute cross was at 666, around that price. Here's one that you just can't absolutely know. I mean, this looked devastating. I mean, this was an all-time low right down here, but it's bouncing and it's an earnings play. Keep an eye on this one, maybe for a potential short, guys. Rambus, RMBS, got up to that 34 level. It looks like it's got room down to about, until it hits support around 33, 36. That's 50 cents away. That might beat somebody's trading style. Put a stop at the whole number. Let's see what it does here. Strong stock though. I mean, all-time low, all-time high. Definitely. I mean, this is an industry that's been beaten up, and this is certainly counter to what semiconductors, yeah, semiconductor and internet. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just following an internal discussion that's happening. No, it's not emails. No, we just have an internal Slack with the other traders that I follow all day long, and some. Believe it or not, Vicky, no, they're not mentioning you at all. Believe it or not. I know it is hard to believe, but believe it or not. Well, Michael Anthony, it doesn't matter what you think. I mean, yeah. I mean, Tupperware cracks on dismal Q3. I mean, that's the market is telling you. And when I say, I mean, I wasn't sure the implication. Wasn't sure if you meant that why is it down so much earnings, but yeah, it's an earnings reaction to Tupperware. Oh, obviously, tumbles on Q3 miss, declining trends in Asia and North America. I mean, there you go. Okay, guys, Paramount, are you going to do it now? PARA is underneath 16 again, but I'm holding out for a break of 1685 to see if it does do that. Doesn't mean I'm going to absolutely take the trade there, but that is the low in the pre-market. Yes, that's the low in the pre-market, and it actually touched it right here on this last 15-minute candle, or the current 15-minute candle, within a couple of pennies. And again, this is an all-time low, earnings play, all-time low. Now, this was a spin-off from something. We certainly haven't seen any IPOs lately, have we? None of those crazy little IPOs. I haven't seen one for a while. DWAC, I haven't seen DWAC for a long time, just flattening out and doing nothing. Ugly. Ooh, how ugly is that? No volume, no interest, zip. Compare that to rum. Is rum over 13 still? Whoa. Boy, this took a real header here. 1350 down to 11. Wow. Okay, guys, I took the Rambus short, okay? I think it's 3384-ish, right between that three, yeah. Okay, so see if it has any sort of room, gets into anywhere close to 34, I'm gone. And right down here is the support, probably a support area, 33, 35. Just see if it moves a little bit for me. And it's RMBS. I'm not recommending that anybody does what I'm doing, just pointing that out. So actually the VWAP is at 3367, so that could stall it also. I'm just wanted to get something, do something here. I'm still holding out on that power short, but yeah, well, good for you. You took it early. Yeah, look at Cano. I'm not in it anymore, of course, but this looks bleak now. All right, what's the market doing? Market is just sort of flattening out a bit. Just watching the Rambus, see if it moves into the 70s for me. This is just kind of a trade I'm taking just to have something to do. It's not a boredom trade. It's not really a boredom trade. It's just, I'm intrigued by it, but I don't expect like a huge. I don't expect like a massive drop or anything, but just keeps my interest. There's that Lind. So Lind. Remember when I was showing the momentum scanner and Lind was up here, LIND. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Wow, look at Meta. Another leg down for Meta. I mean, is this MySpaces? Can you hear me? Wow. Or MySpace, whatever it was called. Ooh, CDLX just showed up. Ah, lifetime low. CDLX just showed up on my 10, 10-day daily breakdown. Ah, they're not giving it to me. Okay, I did get a little fill on the CDLX. This was sort of the uptick rule. So we're on 587, guys, on the CDLX. It's anywhere close to 6, I'm out. It's an earnings play, all-time low now. Anyway, just keep an eye on it. I mean, look at this. So I'm in two shorts, the Rambus and the CDLX. Rambus is basically not doing much. What's the volume like? Not bad. Almost a million shares. Fairly low float. Pretty high short float percent. Anyway, we'll see. This is what I'm talking about, guy. One of the scans I'm sharing. There it is, CDLX. The alert was at 611. I didn't take it there. Got it underneath 586. I may be getting out of the Rambus. It's just not dynamic enough. Come on down. Now, I mean, it's pretty extended, but I'm a whole number guy and underneath that whole number, so I had to know my stop. I know where my stop's going to be. I'm not going to wait for the whole number, but still have my eye on para, but it has not taken out my I think that 1684 or so has not taken that out. All right, guys, I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room when I take my break. Whoa, well, look at Boeing. So you're scalp shorting this one, okay? 150, pretty key. Not an earnings play. So obviously, some news came in. 1116, they do not need to raise equity. So that was the news. That's what popped this one up. Earnings on, well, I had earnings already. So analyst day, okay. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, keep an eye on this band, all right? The BAND, look what it's done. About 1, 2, sort of 3, bumping into the VWAP at 1747. Another rejection of that could really, start it to move down. It is shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, so I want to keep my eye on this. Now, the only thing is, it's caught right in between that cross, that 8 EMA cross of the 20 SMA and the 15-minute chart. So that in theory is giving you a bit of a long look, but the VWAP. So it's right in between the cross and the VWAP. And they're pretty close to each other. Actually, they're not that close. I'm sorry. 1750. And this cross is at 1689. So, but that VWAP, that purple line right there, that could stall it. New York Times, NYT, this is an earnings play. NYT is an earnings play. What's the next high looking left? 3209. So it's not that far away. Yeah, well done, guys. I know a couple of you, PJ, etc. We're talking about how's LI, how's NIO doing? Are they all kind of doing the same thing? No. And how about XPAV? Yeah, but it's moving the same way, but it's still barely positive. I must have some news of its own. Just give me a moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. Working at home. Okay, para. All right, now we're getting interesting. Now it's at the pre-market low. All right, CDLX is definitely rewarding me now. Still trying to really break through that pre-market low. That's para. It touched it again and popped off it just a little bit. All right, I have to reset my alert. Okay, yes, it is Andy. Sorry, Jamie will be in the YouTube room at noon when I take my break between 12 and 1. CDLX, it popped up on me a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm out of the Rambus. Basically flat. It's just not moving. So I'm out of the Rambus, basically flat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I snuck a peek at LI. I know you were talking about it earlier. You went LI, LI, LI. Yeah. Awesome. Interesting that it's really kind of moving on its own. Did not really see any. It's not an earnings play for it, but the other ones were not moving. Well, at least NIO was not. XPET was starting to move a little bit. Wonder what the news is. Ah, I should have taken my scalp on the CDLX. Maybe. Well, we'll see. Basically, it's a little bit above where I shorted it. But look at XPAV. I mean, usually they all trade the same. XPAV has had a nice move, but it is barely positive. But look at NIO. NIO is, unless it's moved in the last little bit, no, not really. I mean, it's trying, but it's negative. So it's not like NIO, XPAV, and LI. The three of them are moving in tandem. I mean, LI is definitely on its own, which is a little bit strange, especially when you don't really see any news. Now, not to scare you, but that did show up in Zach's topping play. So, so if you're in this one, hey, no problem. CWH, the earnings play down on earnings. Ah, I got a little greedy in the CDLX. I was holding out for a mid 60s, so it looks like I'm going to cover myself for a little loss here. I don't want to see this thing race through 6 on me. Actually, I got distracted. I had to take a phone call. So, all right. I'm out. I may take a look at it later if it takes this out because again, this is an all-time low. So I may take a look at it later around the 575 mark if it does that. Well, it's going to be tough to do when it's my wife. So, Interesting. Not one AI alert today. That's a little bit strange. I mean, the market's not. I mean, I know it's FOMC day, but okay. Maybe keep an eye on DOCU. This is from Zach's bottoming scan. The alert came in at 45.45, so it's just a little bit above that. You have some room to the top of that candle to say 46.20. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is kind of what I'm seeing. Not an earnings play. Reminds me a little bit like that one from yesterday. I think it was CTLT. The CTLT, is that this? Yeah. How it just hung around the 50 mark for a long time over the course of the day. And this is, Parrot seems to be doing kind of the, hanging around the seven. Well, I mean, it did pop up here, but if it just hangs around the 17 for a long time. Oh, LI turned right around, guys. LI turned right around. So this could take out 17 again. Yeah, I was actually looking to short this, but now let's see. Let's see if the 17 gets rejected again. Pretty big bottoming tail though. The sellers tried. Holy smokes, look at this one. MMAT through the 200 day, but look left. Wow. Let's see if this holds this level or pulls back just a little bit. But boy, this is really, I mean, this is one of the better ones I've seen in terms of when you look left. Where's the VWAP? 128, holding the VWAP. 200 day, of course, it's above the 200 day. But it's just a matter of looking left. Oh man, $2 or so. Yeah, 199. So it's got some room. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but at least there's no chart resistance for MMAT. Okay, LI may have rejected, well, it did for a bit anyway, rejecting 17 again. So, I mean, it's got some support right around 1624. I mean, that is far enough away, taking that type of a short. What happened on this day, MMAT? Something happened pretty disastrous, obviously, on this day. Went from 2 down to 115, sunk below a dollar. Wow, this is really trying to come back. MMAT. Ooh. We have a halt, guys. ARBKL. What do they do? What is this? Argo blockchain. So a big halt on the way down. Yeah. I don't have HTHT on that top scan. I wonder if it's for some reason. All right, I've kicked one more time on the lie, guys. This time I'm going to maybe just try to get a little bit out of it. 1689. If it gets back up there, I'm out. Okay, working a little bit better this time. See if it can get back down mid 70s. I'm probably going to cover some. I'm not going to. I mean, it's still strong. That's why it's hard to short some of these things that are very strong still. Yeah, it's parabolic, but yeah, the only thing is I don't see any news. All right, I've covered some guys. 78. I mean, nothing fantastic, but I don't want to see this thing pop. Oh, just move down a little bit. Yeah, look at Paramount. I mean, it's just hanging around that 17 level. Frustrating. Whoops, kind of frustrating. Yeah, okay. I'm out of lie. Okay, I've taken my little scratched out an existence on it. That's it. It's just a little too strong. Maybe if it gets down, back down underneath here, like into the 60s, I may take a look at it again, but I'd be watching this MMAT for a bit, okay? It's just kind of resting here. How many races did it win? Won a couple of races, but I mean, the big deal about this one is the potential gap fill. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to 2 today or ever, but you just got to look left, and man, oh man, look at that beautiful void. You know what? Let me see if I flip the script with the Rambus guys. RMBS. I mean, this is now had that little pullback, shorted, got out flat, but now it's so strong, and it is all-time high again, of course. How about shorting this ENVX bounce? That's a strong stock. Rambus is a strong stock, all-time high. What's the volume like? 600, 3 times normal. Not an earning, was an earnings play yesterday. So again, second day continuation off earnings. Yeah, I mean, ENVX 1191, 1167. Yeah, I mean, a couple of highs right there, 1160. It got up to 1165. Yeah, I mean, it's depends where you're going to put your stop. You're going to put your stop, 1171 or so. That'd be, I don't know, at the top of these candles. Might be a little late now. The other thing is that, yeah, I mean, short down to the VWAP. The VWAP's at 11. Actually, the VWAP's at 1137. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with. I have the VWAP down here. I trust this value right there more. So you're right at the VWAP, legal. There's 1137. You're right at the VWAP. Okay, this showed up in that momentum scan that I got, but this is a buyout. Okay, this is a buyout, BNFT, a buyout. Whoa, look at this one. This is another earnings play, guys. ACIW. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Why? Didn't trade in the pre-market. Didn't trade until the market opened. Now underneath that whole number 21. Yeah, I may not have enough room. Well, I see CDLX is now back down after that pop-up. Just a little bit too erratic for me right now, though. All right. Well, Lai is continuing to make its way down. It still have some left. See if it can get down at least below the low of that candle, 1670. Maybe get into the 1660s. I hope anybody who was long this has taken some profit. I hate to trade against you, but Definitely keep an eye on this Rambus, okay? I mean, this is, as long as it keeps holding over 34, oh, this gets going again. Maybe put an alert around 34.20 and see if it keeps going. I mean, this is just a great continuation play off earnings. And certainly, I mean, if this, I don't know how big they are really, but they're in the semiconductor and internet protocol products manufacturer. Well, I mean, this is, I guess we'll call it a semi, but I mean, this is certainly buck the trend. I hate to say it, but Para looks like it wants to turn around a little bit. I hate to say it, but 1741, there's the VWAP, 1722, right? Yeah, 1726. Okay, that's close enough. Takes out that VWAP. This could have a run in it. All right, I'm all out of the lie, guys. All out of it. Completely out of it. All right, guys, so it's getting closer to my break time. CDLX is trying it again. Is trying to move down again. So I do it again. Let's see. All-time low. I mean, that's the actual all-time low. Somebody was mentioning quad. Yeah, look at quad here. Earnings play. Another little earnings play, guys. QUAD. Nice gap up. However, to me, it's coming into some resistance in that 340 level, 340 to 345. So makes it a no-go for me. Hey, Jamie, I don't know if you can hear me if you're in the room yet, but if you have to leave early, just let me know. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I am just, again, we have all this internal discussion happening. I always like to see what's happening, to see if there's anything I can help out on. All right, CDLX is still somewhat interesting to me. I mean, it's just hanging around this 580 mark. I don't want to miss it because it, could be one of those that just, eventually just drifts down at the end by the end of the day. And I'll kick myself for saying, well, why didn't you take it again? And, it's an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day. Only people buying this right now is, looking for a little bounces. I mean, there's no fundamental reason to buy this one right now. CDLX, it's an earnings play, got hammered, is an all-time low. So no fundamental reason to buy it. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm expecting Jamie will be in the YouTube room fairly soon. And here is the link to the YouTube room. Again, if you have more detailed questions about using Brokerage Plus, he is a big user of Brokerage Plus, and he actually trades using his E-Trade account. Okay. You can certainly ask him general questions about Brokerage Plus if you let it lie now. Oof. Oh, well, got a little jumpy on it. Trying to short CDLX, but they're not giving it to me. There's tons of shares available. Hello, Jamie. I think you can hear me, right?
I believe so, Barry.
You believe so?
I think so.
I think, therefore I am.
I trade, therefore I am.
A little zen on you. So listen, Jamie, can you go to one or do you have to leave earlier?
No, no, top of the hour is fine.
Top of the hour, top of the morning to you
Top of
too.
the morning to you.
All right, my friend, I'll let you go. I'm trying to get into this CDLX short, and they won't fill me because of this uptick rule, but I'm going to persist for a bit. CDLX, all-time low and an earnings play, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, I believe I've got the screen here.
Okay,
All
you
right, my
believe?
friend.
Yes.
Well, good luck on the short,
Okay,
and
thank
we'll
you.
see you in about an hour.
Okay, you bet. Bye,
Okay,
Jamie.
bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my desktop. I'm Jamie. I'll be your host for the next hour. And just as a reminder, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. Any questions that you have about the software, just let me know. Um, and it is a Fed talk day, but there have been some pretty good setups this morning from my races. I'll point a couple of those out. Make sure I got my questions panel visible here. Okay. Once again, hello to everyone. Any questions that you have, pop them into the questions panel there. All right, so just taking a look at the overall, we got a little chop down here. I would assume it's going to be like this for most of the day. I believe 2 p.m. Eastern is the magic time where the numbers get released or talk of numbers or whatever. So we'll see what happens. Volume levels are pretty sleepy here. Let me grab my pen just in case I need to mark anything up. There we go. All right, so kind of a slow day, but nonetheless some couple of nice setups that I was able to get into today based on my race stocks here. See my 3 main races. I've got another one off the screen that I kind of experiment with, which is pretty much the same fashion, just some higher liquidity, million shares or above, you might notice that this little guy, MMAT, let's see here. Let's see if we look at a top 10 here. Okay, this guy's won 5 on this one, but that was an excellent setup today. So let's take a look at MMAT. Sure, legal. Okay, good question. Let me just kind of give a synopsis of how I use the races, and we'll take it from there. All right. So I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got one more race on another screen. So I'm watching a total of 4 races, and they're all slightly different. For example, the one over here on the left, if you notice the title over here, Dawn of the Dead. Okay. This is the top list that Andy Lindelof created quite a while ago. All right. But it's looking for stocks that have been beaten down on the daily, kind of basing around. If we start kind of looking through some of these names here, you'll see been beaten down on the daily and they're starting to come to life. Thus the name Dawn of the Dead, like zombies coming back to life, right? So that's the race over here on the far left. This race here. And by the way, if we take a look at the top list here, you'll just be able to see the filter complement that's being used, right? Position in 5-day range has to be 90, meaning they're picking up steam in the 5-day range, but can't be higher than 10% in the lifetime range. All right, that's kind of what carves out that little pattern for us. We've got the earnings filter in play for one purpose only. And with these settings, it's pretty much just to eliminate eliminate the ETFs and iShares because they don't report earnings. So that's a good way to eliminate those. Um, so that's what's going on there. Now, as far as the race goes, if we show the race setup here, we're looking at change from the open as the defining filter. And you're going to notice that that's pretty much commonplace in all of my races. So this one, notice the title, 1 minute change, okay? If we look at this top list, you're going to notice very minimal filtering, min-max price, keeping it low, relative volume of 2, had to have cranked out at least a couple 100,000 shares in order to make the scan, all right? Also too, on this one, we're looking on the race, change in the 1 minute period. All right, so whatever stocks are changing, in other words, in this race, going up the most in the 1 minute period, those are the stocks that I'm going to pay attention to because apparently those are going to be the race winners as well, right? So over here, pretty much the same song and dance. If we look at the top list, really minimal filtering. The 1 in 30 price cap again, minimum and maximum, relative volume of 2. And once again, we're looking at change from the open here. So change from the open here, change from the open here, or excuse me, change in 1 minute here, and then more of a specific filter set for the Dawn of the Dead, but still looking at change from open. So how do I use the races? Do I just start taking trades as soon as I see race winners? Nope. What I do is the following. Market opens, and by the way, all of these races, if we go back in here, are set to 1 minute races. So after the first 1 minute, I've got winners to look at in all 4 of my races. And it's a very simple process. I simply click on them, and then I come up here and check the heart. I like I like the stock. Okay. Now what this does is it automatically loads it into my liked symbol list over here. All right. So you can see these are all the stocks that I liked in the first 15 to 30 minutes today. And that creates the universe of stocks that I'm going to look for the specific pattern that I trade. So it helps me narrow down the universe of over 8, 9, 10,000 tradable things out there into a very finite universe. Okay. So once I like these stocks and they get inserted into my liked list, then what do I do? All right, what's the next step in the phase or in the process? Well, this ticker right here is also pointed to my liked list. If I right click and hit configure, it's only looking at my liked list. All right. So anytime one of the stocks that I've liked from my races is hitting a high, and that's all this is a new high ticker, I already know these are the stocks I want to watch. So filters not needed here. Okay. All I want to know is when they're hitting a new high. Now, why do I want to know if they're hitting a new high? It's not just the fact that they're hitting a new high and I'm going to blindly buy them. All right. They have to be meeting the pattern that I'm hunting for. In this case, it's one of the most simple patterns you could ever hope to trade, and it's called an opening range break, what we might also refer to as an ORB, opening range break. So let's look at some examples. All right. If we scroll back to the open here, and by the way, I don't really start paying attention until 15 minutes. So, I might be getting hits before as I like these stocks, but I don't really pay attention to them. All right. You have to give some type of pattern time to develop. So I'm typically watching 5-minute candles off the open. Sometimes I'll stick with them all day. Other times I'll flip to 15. But you can see we're on 5-minute candles so far today. All right. Now, some great examples today. LL is one. So what we're going to do here, this is the opening candle for LL right here. Okay. Now look what it did for the 1, 2, 3, 4, for 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For the first 25 minutes, it just ran straight up. All right. So, I'm not going to chase into that. Okay. Here's where it gets interesting up here. So clearly there's a buyer in double L today. But what I'm interested in is this area right here. And let me just drop an arrow here. Okay. So we had a run up. We put in a high up here. Of course, the low was already put in down here. But boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25 minutes of running straight up. No interest in chasing that thing. But once we start to consolidate sideways here, obviously the buyer's taking a break, but he still might be there. When we get this nice little flagging with a thin range right there, boom, you'll notice that is the 925, right? So when I see this alert, this stock hitting a high, let's see here, where'd we go? Let me check my time again. 925. There we go. Okay. At 9:29:34 Central Standard Time, that'd be almost 10:30 Eastern. Notice where my arrow is there. Okay. LL hitting a high. That is beautiful. Okay. I can buy that range break after a nice tight consolidation. A little chop here, a little pop, but then boom, and then a move higher. Okay. So when you see these patterns develop, and by the way, LL is just hitting another new high as I'm talking about this, but this is a beautiful range break. All right. Buyers clearly in control. They take a little break. We get a very nice consolidation period here for 25, 30 minutes. We get a break here at the 733 level. Now, if this is the entry bar right here, how do I assess my risk here? I look back at the prior 15 minutes, 1, 2, 3. I take the low of that area, which in this case was 720. I'm buying 733. My risk is 13 cents. Took a little wiggle, but it never got down there. And then we've got to move from 734, 733, almost to $8 here. Okay, with a no sweat trade that set up perfectly. So that's how I'm using the races. I compile the list, then I wait for these patterns to form. If I'm getting it right on the money, right when the timing is great and the risk is acceptable, I'm taking the trade. All right, legal. Glad you found the heart there. And of course, if you want to unlike a stock, if you uncheck the heart, then after the next refresh, it's going to remove it. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about MMAT. What are we seeing right here? Okay. Well, we got some nice pre-market action, but that's not really what I was focusing on. What I'm focusing on is the following. We had the opening candle right here, which it went down and put in its low. And then we become range bound after we put in this high right here about 20 minutes into the session. What do we have again? We got a nice little consolidation period. And then we have a breakout right here. All right, once again, that's the 905 area. And look who we have paying us a visit a little after that level. Okay, notice I click right here. As this high was being popped right here, that's a perfect setup. Once again, an entry right about 122, 123. What's my risk? 5, 10, 15, the low of this candle here, which was 19 cents. Risk area right here. Here's my risk area. And then look at my nice, big, juicy reward area up here. That's what we're looking for. Risk, reward. Let's go back and look at the double L. Okay. Risk, reward. Now, these also have the added benefit, not only of the pattern presenting themselves, but accelerated volume. Okay. Look at double L still down here on the 5-minute range. A value of 100 is normal volume for that time frame. Okay. It's still pushing almost 3 times normal 5-minute volume, even though it doesn't look real crazy down here on the volume bars. And then we've got confirming pretty decent high relative volume as well. It's on pace to trade about 8 times the normal amount of shares that it typically does. And of course, this is an earnings play as well. What about MMAT? Check out the volume on the 5-minute. Still over 4 times normal, on pace to finish trading 3 over 3, maybe even 4 times the amount of shares by the time the day is over. And these guys don't report till November 9th, so this was not earnings related. But look at that nice move, right? That is a heck of a move for a low dollar stock, $1.22, cashing out up here at the high at $1.39. Of course, did I make all of that? No, but it was a very decent and very liquid trade. Hey, Jonathan. By the way, I'm Jamie, just FYI. Andy's in here on Fridays, I think. Yeah, we'll revisit that ABCD pattern. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Patrick. We'll revisit that in a minute, John, on the ABCD thing. Okay, legal. After you heart or like a stock, where do I find that list of hearted stocks? Okay. So over here, if you're looking for my liked symbol list, then you'll have to retrieve it from a channel. So if I go to a containerized channel bar, I'll show you. Okay. To find that my liked top list, you'll go to the stocks I like channel. And then you'll see the uh, my liked top list right here. And then you can right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. Then you can kill the container. And then you can park this guy wherever you like and use it accordingly. So that's how you get the my liked symbol list. I'm guessing you don't use fibs, but if you do, could you talk about them a little bit? Yeah, the Fibonacci retracements, we've got, give me 1 second here, just checking on VNet. VNet, another stock trying to do its thing. Now, notice this one, same pattern is intact. All right. It just took a little bit longer. All right. So I'm in it right about here. Come on, arrow. Okay. Once again, a breakout with very low risk. 1, 2, 3. Here's the risk area right here. And so far, we've got a larger reward area kicking through. And where might VNet put on the brakes? Looks like it might be getting pretty close as we're, tapping this 50 period over here. And let's see the last hit of VNet. Notice I've got my next high, which is telling me where the next period of short-term or the next level of short-term resistance might be. So it's betting on about 536. We'll see how close that gets here. We'll just drop in a line there. I'm going to give it a little bit more time, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so back to the Fibonacci's. Fibonacci retracements or 60, we got the buy signals, we got the sell signals. But here's my theory on Fibonacci's. They can show you, a lot of people like to use these for oversold, overbought conditions. Something's up way too much, hits that, Fibonacci sell signal. A lot of the times it's going to snap back, both to the upside and the downside. But what I've noticed over the years is, 79% Fibonacci buy signal is going to look very similar to a VWAP uh, deviation to the up or the downside. So whether we're using VWAPs, pivot points, Fibonacci retracements, or saying the stock has to be up 3%, down 3%, those settings, whether they're Fibonacci standard deviations or uh, VWAP deviations, it's all going to be showing you this pretty much the same stocks, overextended, oversold. Um, so it's just different ways to find the same setups, if that makes any sense. Let's see who's asking that question. Scott, does that make sense? And Steven, does LMT look like a good short? Well, if we're looking up here at the daily and look at this relative strength line down here, LMT is very strong against the market, right? Look at this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Out of the past 13 days, only one red candle showing up here with some kind of upside down dojis there. But it's extremely strong. Let's see about lifetime, or what it's looking like in the it's looking like it's tried to carve out a little base up here on the weekly, right? That's a big sign of strength. Now let's go back even further. All right. Now we're looking at the monthly. Okay. Personally, I wouldn't I would have no interest in shorting this. Now, if we're talking about an intraday short, sure, you can get vacillations from the highs here. Yeah, it's backed off 3 points. So as far as if you're day trading it, sure, it looks like it's going to give back some, but on the longer time frames, the stock is extremely strong right now. Now, that's just price action, of course. Now, keep in mind what's happening in the world, right? War, 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 all kinds of war stuff going on. And Lockheed Martin, well, they make a lot of money off of things like that. So that could be the reason, but take that completely out of the picture. It's extremely strong from a technical perspective here. Yeah, no problem, Stephen. Why did Sava fall so much? Good question. And the simple answer is a lot more sellers than buyers. Now, why did it sell off so much? Well, let's see here. We got no earnings till the 10th. Is there news? Hmm. Yesterday, a little bit of a blurb about earnings. Decent volume on the 5 minute, not even one on the relative scale there. So, not really sure. Not really sure. Um, you know, it just looks like it's taking a down cycle. And if we look over here on the daily, you know, take an excursion down to its 200 period moving average, also lining up with this area back here. And, as it was coming down, this is potential support. It looks like it's trying to act as support right now. You just got a little downside momentum in it. It just looks like it's coming down here to test the 200 period and this little level that could potentially act as support. So I would say just technical action on Sava. And it is one that tends to move when it does move. So interestingly enough, it was active in the pre-market, okay? And notice it opens right below that pre-market range there. So a lot of short sellers, if they were looking to take a piece of Sava, that's pretty low risk. You could have shorted the open here at 35.69 and risked 36.11. That's 50 cents basically, a 50-cent risk to capture 4 points. So the risk to reward was there in the pre-market, and I'm assuming that a lot of short sellers out there were kind of looking at this area because we opened 35.69, and we had all this room down here, and that's exactly what happened. So I think it's just purely technical on the Sava there. Okay, so let's back up to who was talking about the ABCD pattern here. Give me 1 second. Yes, I had to refresh my memory on the ABCD pattern there. Bullish or bearish reversal, the initial spike, intraday low, and when the shares make a new high. Okay. So that kind of looks like a two-leg setup to me, right? And there's several moving parts in there. So I'm gonna say here, I don't think there's a way that we can monitor those moves. But to me, okay, Jonathan, I tell you what, do you have an example that we could take a look at today, and then also give me the time frame that you're looking at on these? Because it looks just like a two-leg setup. For example, stock runs up, takes a pullback, then runs up again. And then you're looking to short or vice versa. LL continuing its little run here. Even setting up once again here, just not too far off of the mark there. All right, Stephen, do you plan on adding more with the pattern recognition? Not really sure which one you're referring to there, Stephen. Was DSVN earning that bad to be down this much today? Well, let's take a peek. Or did I put that in backwards? Devon, DVN. Okay. I don't know what happened to my charts there. Okay, Devon Energy. Earnings play. Yesterday, they reported after the market. So you can see came into the pre-market session in this range. And once again, we have this happening. And this is common during earnings season. They'll put in that pre-market range, and you never know. These things can break to one side or the other. We can see right here, though, we opened 75.81, well below the high. So it never took out that pre-market high, but boy, it sure motored down and busted that pre-market range, and then it was just off to the races to the downside. So pretty much just a pure earnings play there, um, reporting yesterday after the close. And we can see here, boom, below the 10, approaching the 20, and now looking like it might come down here and break this range again and go test that 50 period moving average, which would also coincide, a nice break, make everybody sweat it through that 50 period as we come down here and kiss this area. If you had to ask me what might happen with Devon today, I'd say that's a pretty good, if it can hold this level here, and we go break this range again, then 50 period could be in play. And just for good measure, with the heavy volume that's occurring today because of earnings, Could even go visit, you know, the 67, 80-ish area is a potentiality there. Yeah, just looking at this ABC D pattern. So we got the first leg up, move down, second leg up. Thus the two leg setup. A lot of people that dig those types of setups use line charts so they can, visualize that a little bit better. But I bet if we pulled up MMAT, and we looked at 1 minute candles, leg up, pull back, leg up, pull back, leg up. A lot of people that scalp these thick names, okay, they're looking at that type of action, Of course, hindsight's always 20/20, right? Boom, boom, boom. Even if these are 5, 10, 15-minute candles, all right? If we go back to 15-minute candles here, 1, 2, 3, we still see the breakout, but we don't see all the little intricacies on the way up, right? So if we look at smaller time frames, we can see more detail. We get more granular, okay? A little bit more time before the breakout, but you still can't, you can see the ups and downs here, and you can play the ranges, right? But when we get down into the 1 minute time frame, well, then you can actually see a lot more detail. And that's what most people that are looking for these types of setups are going to be playing, because you need more candles to see the legs. Okay, and then what time frame are we going to be looking at, Jonathan? Is that the daily? October 28th at the open, but I'm assuming it's an intraday setup. I could be wrong, but just let me know the time frame that we need to look at. That's the 28th right there. Aha, okay. Pardon me while I scroll here. It's going to take a minute. Oops. I was about to say, I bet that was went too far. Oh, wait. I was looking at the year, not the day. I was like, surely I didn't get back that far that quick. Okay, so this is the 31st. Still got a couple of days to go. 28th. Okay, here we are. Pre-market in mauve. First 1 minute candle here. Okay. So October 28th at the open. Well, I see this would be considered the first. Well, we got a little pullback here. but technically we get the first run up here, we get the pullback. Then we get the second run up in this area and then liftoff. Is that what you're talking about? The first run up here, pullback, didn't quite catch right here, but hemmed and hawed around for only that's only 14 minutes, right? Before we got liftoff again. Okay. Yeah, I mean, coming up with a scan for this, I mean, you know what catches my eye? What also coincides, okay? Yeah, we did have the run up, the pullback, and then the run up again. And then it kind of stalled out, but this was kind of the magic level. Well, what else do you notice about this? That's also an opening range break. Okay. Comes in and puts in the high, goes to sleep for a little bit. In this case, the 20 period was acting as a pretty good guiding hand, right? And then boom, we come test it, get the pattern again, test again, and then lift off after this second little tranche right here. But we're not going to be able to configure any window that's going to be like, hey, this is happening. Just like me with my opening range breaks, which this one just happened to coincide with what you're talking about. But I have to use the new high because there's nothing that I can configure to tell me, hey, look for this pattern here, right? Hey, I want a nice tight consolidation and then a break to the high. Show me these patterns only. Well, it'd be nice if I had that, but there's no way to articulate into the system that. So that's where we have to bring in our own, that's where the human element comes in, right? A lot of the stocks coming through here are going to have, you know, the characteristics that I'm looking for, but it's up to me to, uh, say, yes, the pattern is intact. Oops, sorry about that. We're going to have to zoom all the way back over there if we want to see it. But does what I said there about that make sense, Jonathan? Yeah, that name sounds vaguely familiar. Um, but yeah, for the smaller time frames and the two, otherwise known as there's two parts to the equation, two legs, right? So just another name for the setup. And sometimes they take a long time, like the apple that we were looking at there. Other times they can happen in a minute or 30 seconds, you know. I know guys that watch 30-second charts that are playing the same pattern. And you hear the term fractal pattern thrown around a lot. Well, guess what? Every pattern is fractal. The same pattern can happen on any time frame, right? It just depends on your speed and okay, do you like a lot of action or do you like your action spread out across time? Some people like the longer term, some people like the micro term, and some people like right in the middle, right? Typically, I'm a 5-minute guy. LL looks like it might be running out of a little steam here. But this one's still got crazy good volume. Almost 8 times normal on the 5-minute side or 5-minute time frame and still rocking a 8 on the relative side. But just think about this as well, okay? Now, I don't know how many stocks I added, but I tell you what, I can come into tools. I can go to my symbol list. I can see my liked list here. Okay, look at the number of stocks that I liked in the first 20, 30 minutes, 57. Now in here, I can see all the stocks, but it's view only mode. You can't come in here and edit. Like I said earlier, you have to uncheck the heart and then it'll remove it. But I reduced my universe from thousands of stocks down to 57 first thing this morning. Okay. Now, out of 57 potential candidates, only about 3 or 4 have presented the pattern that I look for where the timing was right. Okay. LL was an example. MMAT was another great example with a great move and great volume. VNet is another one, just happening a little bit later in the day. Still fighting. We'll see where we go by the end of the day. So I've made 3 trades today. Didn't even really think I'd see any, even I thought maybe I'd see one high quality setup today because it's the Fed day and we typically know how that works. But, you know, just from that perspective alone, my universe was only 57 stocks to look at. And out of 57 stocks, 54 stocks, only 3, maybe 4 set up the way that I would like them to and have done pretty well today, which, you know what? I'll take that any day. It's a way to simplify the procedure. Are you getting it at the right time? Is risk acceptable? Yes or no? All you have to do is react. No thinking to be done. Let's see, what was the other one that oh yeah. I tried a couple of more today and made very little on them. Let's see, Trivago was one. Little dollar stock now. Boy, let's see, what was Trivago at? I think it topped out in its lifetime at 23.80. All right. But look, here's one that tried, right? Nice little consolidation area up here after a run up in the first 5, then 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, I bought this level right here, was in and out of the money. We had a little push up here. It just wouldn't go any higher. I'm like, okay, I'm going to bail. Worst case scenario, I'm going to flat the trade. And you can see this one did not work. And you either took a little bit off the top and then, set a break even stop and got flatted out. But, things didn't work. You still got in the money. Was up a whopping, I think, 4 cents because I think I got 21s here. Was up a whopping 4 cents. Made a couple of pennies on half a lot and then flatted the other half. Failed trade. No big deal. What was the other one? LFLY. Same song and dance. 1, 2, 3. And of course, these are ones you're going to notice I was jumping in a little early on that range break there. Got in the money a little bit, just ain't happening. Able to control your loss very well, right? So took a stab at 5 things today, 2 small losers, 3 moderate winners. Nice and easy. And you can see these things started off with good volume. LFly is still 2.53 on the relative scale, but look what's happening down here on 5-minute volume. It's almost non-existent. But you never know which ones are going to pop. All we can do is look for the pattern. Is the pattern intact? Am I chasing it? Did I miss it? And are the volumetrics in line with what you typically look for? All right, Jonathan, index window, are there just 6 in there? Yeah, SPY, Diamond Qs, IWM. The RSP is the equally weighted S&P 500 index. And then, of course, we have the volatility, the VIX. So 6 symbols, and this is just a top list. And then I've got it pointed to my index list. If I come down here and look at my index list, you'll just see that's all I got in there. But of course, you could add anything that you wanted to keep tabs on. Yep, and therein lies the mystery, right? LL. That reminds me of Lumber Liquidators. LL Flooring. Yeah, holding pretty strong for bad earnings though. You know, bloodbath in the pre-market, almost back to closing prices of yesterday. So therein lies the mystery. If all we had to do was short bad earnings and make money, everybody be doing it. And if we just had to buy good earnings and the stocks went up, well, it'd be a much easier world to trade in. Unfortunately, that is not the way it works. Same with any news article at all outside of earnings. What we humans perceive as bad, oftentimes the market does not perceive, and vice versa. So potential bad news comes out, stock goes up. Sometimes good news comes out, or what we perceive to be good news, and the stock goes down. Is AMD a good long? Well, now it looks a little interesting here on the daily. I can't say that it's a good long here, but I can tell you one thing. This looks like there's a good amount of supply up here. I would be interested in AMD if we got a green day and a close above this level right here. Let's say tomorrow AMD takes a green leg up. Well, if there's volume in it, well, what's our, this area right here, everybody was hoping that it would act as resistance, or excuse me, support if they were long. Nope. But now we've got a clearly carved out area that could be support, okay? We've also got the 10 period and the 20 period moving averages converging here. So, if I were to take a stab at AMD long, this would be my stop loss area, probably 58.89-ish, right? If you want a really tight one. Of course, I'm not recommending a trade to anybody. I'm just saying if I did take a trade in AMD in the hopes that we get a pop and a close above this area here, then this would be my defined risk area right here. If we did get a close and some good action, well then, our eyes have to go right back up to this little area here, which is also going to be in close proximity to that 50 period moving average. Let's see. They've already got earnings out of the way, right? So might be one to keep an eye on. Oh, Dionysus, I think I was talking about the Sava in the pre-market. Or no, I forget which one it was. I mean, you could call that a little mini bloodbath. One of the stocks we were looking at pre-market had a pretty big swoon down. So yeah, I was just using the term bloodbath liberally. BGS. Okay. Recently bottomed out. Earnings coming up on the 9th. Currently above the 20 and the 10. Sandwiched up here between the 50 and the 10 and the 20. So it looks like it's putting in a nice little consolidation range here. But once again, kind of looking like what we just looked at AMD. 50-50 here. If I was to take a long here at this level here, then my stop loss would be just outside of this range, which would coincide. We'd have to get a close below the 10 and the 20 there. And then if it did go my way, well, we'd have to focus on this level up here as the next area of possible supply. But we'd also have the 50 period to contend with as well as we hit this first little level right here. So, not bad on the risk, but, two little levels to be interested in there if it did get up and boogie higher from 1650-ish. SWN. And this one a little bit more stretched out. A little wider and sloppier than what we were just looking at here. But it seems like we've got a coalescence of the 20, the 10, and the 200 here, and a sandwich up here at the 50. So we're going to break this area or this area at some point. Which one's going to happen first is anybody's guess. Just a little congested there, so action anywhere in here wouldn't be out of the ordinary, as we kind of doji right here, perfectly sandwiched between the 50, the 200, the 10, and the 20. Yeah, pretty much, Steven. I'm pretty much out of everything already. It's got a little bit of VNet. The only thing I'm left with today is a little bit of VNet. In the money slightly. Was in the money more, but just kind of giving this one some room to breathe. Not too exciting. Looks like it's going to be bumping its head, or it did bump its head against the 50. Volume is waning, so we cycle back up to 515. If it bumps its head there again, I'll probably just punch out. So with this one, it's either a punch out close to highs, slight chance we might set higher highs, and then there's an equal chance I'll flat the trade, but that's all I got left thus far. Was reading some interesting correlations on Twitter about Fed days this year, and it seems that the market typically around 2 p.m. Eastern takes a little header, and then 30 minutes later, every time this year has taken a little run up. So we'll get to see if that scenario plays out again today. We will see. Was CWH earnings bad? Well, it appears that the market thought they were. Let's see here. After the company reported worse than expected earnings. So yeah, this is a case where worse than expected yielded downside action. What did we close at yesterday? 28.19. Opened at 26.75 and took a header on down to the 25 area. Once again, like clockwork, not the prettiest pre-market range, but it opened right at the lower end and it never saw daylight again. So a nice 26.72. Yeah, about $1.60 in that little first 20-minute sell off there. And LL doing it again. Still not a bad, you know, getting a dime out of this little stock. The benefit of these smaller stocks is if they're liquid, you can get into some pretty good size and not have to worry about being eviscerated.
Eviscerated. What a great word.
Yeah, nobody likes to get eviscerated, Barry.
Nobody wants to get eviscerated. Like disemboweled. You don't want to be disemboweled.
Exactly. Oh, goodness.
Uh,
Well, this hour went by pretty quickly.
yeah.
I
So
didn't realize it
can I
was that
vent a
time yet.
little? Who invented when did this uptick rule come into play, Jamie? Do you remember? Was that in '06 or '07?
Well, because they said, well, we're going to decimalize the market, right? Everybody's like, okay. And then they're like, don't worry, if you're going to be able to short it, everything's no uptick now. But then the question was, well, you can short on a downtick, but now there's no shares to borrow, right? And now what you're telling me is not only do you have to borrow the shares, but they've reinstated the uptick rule because
Well, CDLX is my classic example.
okay.
Because its stock is down more than 10%, that's when the
Oh,
uptick rule comes into effect.
okay.
And I actually shorted it early on in the day. I got filled, no problem. I got
Yeah.
stopped out for a little loss. And then
Hmm.
just as you were entering the room, I was trying to short it. Well, I can't remember what price it was, but I was trying to short it and I just couldn't get the fill. And there's tons of shares available.
Yeah.
That's not the issue. There's like 600,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers, but I sat on that bid for 20 seconds and then it moved down a penny. So I moved it down for another 20 seconds and it just would not fill me. Yet the time before they filled me instantly. But now look at
And
it. I mean, that would have been an
so the rule
awesome
is if it's down more than what percent now?
10%. If it's down
Okay.
10%, the uptick rule is in effect. And also, though, it will be in effect the next day unless the stock turns positive. So, for instance, tomorrow, if CDLX opens down like 1%, that uptick rule is still in effect, even though it's not down 10%.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Hey, it's a free market. Well, yeah, but we can't let you sell it if it's down too much. And uh, we saw the first time that they ever banned buying. The meme stocks was the
Mm-hmm.
first time that they ever said you can't buy it anymore. It's up too much.
Right.
So
Right.
like,
Well, but even that, Jamie, think about it. If you can't short a stock that's down 10%, why can you just buy a stock no problem when it's up 10%? Because
well,
I mean,
none of these
rarely is
rules
that going
make
to
any
happen.
sense unless you're one of the. Well, I don't even like to use the term market maker anymore because
Who the
I
heck are they
mean,
anymore?
it
Yeah.
doesn't exist. But it's the people that control the markets. It's to
Hmm.
protect their pockets, right? That's what it's for. It's for their protection. Doesn't really necessarily benefit you or me. It's not for our best interest. It's for their best interest. So, if you do have a stock like that you really want to short, the only way you could feasibly do that is if you do a forward conversion on it, where let's say you really wanted to be able to short 500 shares of CDLX tomorrow if it was in play.
Hmm.
You you would sell the in the money calls.
Yeah, I'm not
You'd
doing
buy the
that.
puts and buy the stock,
Yeah.
and then you've got a sellable position. That's the
Yeah.
only workaround for that.
Exactly. It's too complicated for me. I like. I mean, typically, when a stock has enough shares, and I always think 500,000 shares is probably enough. Usually, it's not. It's usually not an issue that I found anyway. It's not scientific at all, even if the uptick rule is in effect. because there's enough action, coming at the ask. Because as you know, it has to have to get the action at the ask, then you get back to the bid. But I may be in a big queue of people that want to do the same thing. So where am I in that queue? But if a stock that's trading, has 500,000 shares short, usually that's just not an issue. But anyway, that's just my vent for the day, because that would have been a beauty.
Oh, it is
Just an
frustrating. You're like,
absolute
hey,
beauty.
I did what I'm supposed to do, but I wasn't allowed to participate,
Yeah, exactly. Anywho, Jamie, yeah, it's 1 o'clock. If you want to take off, I will let you.
All
How's
right,
that?
sir. Well,
Let me,
we'll
let me
see
get my
what
screen.
happens with the Fed rabble later on.
Yeah, I always like putting the SPY, the 1 minute chart, up at about 1 minute to two, and then keep it up there for about 5 minutes, and get my eyes going up and down, up and down, up and down. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
All right, my friend. I will let you. You've already got the screen back. Okay, very
Yes.
good. Well, we'll see you on the flip side.
Okay, Jamie. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah, the CDLX, that would have been awesome. I was just saying how I was able to short it the first time. I can't remember. I think I got it just about flat or a little bit of a loss. Tried to short it that second time, and they just wouldn't fill me because of that uptick rule. That would have been a beauty. But if anybody was able to get it, man, oh man, that's a beauty. I mean, I was trying to get it right around here, around that 580 mark. 580 mark. I kept dropping it down a couple of pennies at a time. This would not fill me. So anyway, that would, I mean, on a percentage basis, to go from 580 to 530, that's awesome. Anyway, there will be others. And I'm not as upset about the LI. I mean, the LI, that wasn't really on my short. I mean, it would have been pretty good, but that wasn't really my number one primo short that I wanted to take a look at. Para is still kind of on my list, but it's really going to have to take. I'm going to be steadfast. It's going to have to take out that 682, or else I'm just not interested. So, Michael, you ask a lot of questions, and I'm not trying to be mean, but a lot of this you can see on the internet. Okay, we've got this wonderful thing called Google, and you can see why BTI is down. Okay, I'm not trying to be mean. You ask about earnings. Were the earnings so bad for CWH? All you have to go is do a search, and you'll see. For CWH, as Jamie pointed out, now they missed on their revenue and all. So, but for BTI, you just have to look. Goldman downgraded it. Okay, Goldman downgraded it. And I don't know what they downgraded it to, but that would be the reason. We saw that in the pre-market actually. We talked about that when I was. I think. Let's see now. Yeah, in the downgrades section, which I post in YouTube also. One of the downgrades was BTI, and I always like to see if Goldman is involved in either an upgrade or a downgrade. And I mentioned, yeah, BTI, Goldman has downgraded it. But you can do searches on that yourself. It's not hard. Yeah, the Fed in 1 hour, 56 minutes to be exact. Nicely done, perfect circle. I see what you did there. Well, maybe I was trying to get a little bit under that, Jeremy. I mean, I got filled the first time on CDLX, no problem. I mean, it was almost instantaneous. But the second time, no go. Anyway, it happens. Still kind of keeping an eye on the Rambus, RMBS, to see if it's still holding this whole number. Okay, it's holding the whole number, holding the VWAP, holding the moving averages. It's a very strong stock after earnings yesterday, and it's a continuation, and it's an all-time high. So I mean, very strong stock. Definitely counter to most of the stocks in that sector. Probably, I mean, if this is truly, yeah, I mean, semiconductor. I mean, if this is You name another semi or in that sector that is an all-time high. Now, I'm sure there might be some, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there are none, but I haven't come across any lately. And I'm still kind of watching the MMAT. I mean, it's been boring as anything. I'm not in it yet, but it's been just because of the gap, guys. This probably should be able. You could get. I'm going to watch this tomorrow. Is what I'm trying to say. It's just hanging at that 200-day moving average, and see if it has some continuation tomorrow. Maybe to try to attempt to fill that gap. Okay, Michael. I don't know if you're trolling me or not. I answered. Maybe you just had me on mute. Any moment. Okay. Well, you're okay. 7. You're at it. You got in at 5. Well, I was just trying to slightly under 580. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean, it is what it is. Now, this is another one that just showed up on. Well, didn't just show up. GTHX 790. Well, did you hear me before? As I said, Goldman downgraded them. BTI. Okay. GTX guys. GTHX. What is the support? So it's right at a bit of a support area. Look at that daily chart. What's the low right there is, well, that's about $8. So it's a little bit underneath that, all that action on the daily chart. So it's an earnings play, another earnings play. Lots of shares available, down more than 10%. Will I get it or not? Okay, Michael, I don't know what else to say to you. I already answered you. The reason BTI is down is because Goldman decided to downgrade it. You say you can hear me. Oh, okay, Jay, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube room. Sorry. Yeah, I've got these 2 rooms going. See, Goldman downgraded BTI to neutral. Okay, Michael, right there. Here's another one that I kind of missed. Look at all these earnings plays, guys, that nobody really pays attention to. Skyline Champion Core. Who the heck are they? I mean, I know I can find out who they are, but you know what I mean? Look at this. Look at this gap down on earnings. Look at this gap down. Dionysus. I'm a very patient Canadian, yes, but even I have my limits. Look at this Yeah, Sky, an earnings play. Didn't see it really in the pre-market. So why isn't FRZA exploding? Because of the news? It could later. I mean, it's possible. However, look what it got to. What's the next high looking left? 288. What did it get to? 276. So it kind of got stalled right at that next high looking left. Right, Joel? I mean, I'm not saying that's the absolute reason, but yeah. Now, did it get over? I mean, that's where it got to, just about within a dime of that next high looking left. The other thing is that there were two competing announcements there. One said, this one, believe it or not, said $8.5 billion in revenue at one point. One of them said, this is the way it was phrased. The other one said 8.5 million, but it wasn't phrased the same way. Yeah, you're right. The volume's huge, but it is, I mean, it is up 40%. See what happens tomorrow. Yeah, 43 million with 2.3 million in the float. You're right. I mean, and the volume is huge. Another earnings play, Sprout Social. Well, this is not quite a lifetime low, but it's still kind of stuck around that 8 level. GTHX, I know it got down to 758 briefly, and then it popped back up. I still love to see if it takes out that 780 level again. Maybe that'll induce me if I can get the short. Oops. And the uptick rule does not nail me. That's okay. No, Mookie, that's okay. When I say look left, I'm always on a daily chart. Okay, so the good example, the really good example, not that it's necessarily going to work, but so on a daily chart, look at MMAT. Okay, so why am I interested in this? Well, because when I look left, there's a high right there of 135. Okay. What did it get to today? It got to just about that, 139. But look left. What do you see? You see a massive, what I call void or a gap that could potentially start to fill in this area. There's no chart resistance after 135. The next high looking left is $2. So, I mean, this is a dramatic example of looking left and why something like this, certainly kind of excites me. I don't know if it's going to work. I won't take the trade unless it gets over that one, that area right there. But if it does, I mean, it's got this potential fill. So that is looking left for me, looking on the daily chart. Okay. So, I mean, that's dramatic. But on something like Para, here's another one. Well, Para, I mean, it's sort of dramatic also because when you look left, there's nothing because it's an all-time low. So there's nothing holding this up other than, I mean, it's sort of floundering around 17. But these are the sort of plays that I love because there's nothing on the chart that's holding it up. I mean, other reasons why people will step in and buy bottom fishing and stuff like that, but You're not have to worry about chart support on something like that. But let's find another one. CDLX. Why did I like that? Well, look left. Now I know I've got to probably move this daily chart out, to see where the next low is. But I mean, I'm going back 2 years. I don't really care what happened 2 years ago, to be honest. Okay. Now if I really wanted to, I could put on a weekly chart. Still can't see anything on a weekly chart. Okay. So when I look left here, that's why I was excited about taking this short. Now and also because it's earnings, so it has news, bad news. Then you look left, nothing holding it up for a while anyway. What list am I looking? What list am I looking at? In terms of earnings? Well, every time I click on an alert, I can see the earnings date right up here. It's not that I'm concentrating on earnings. It's just that, as I've said repeatedly, look at band. Band. The minute I clicked on it this morning, I saw, oh yeah, it's an earnings play. We have so many of the stocks that are moving today, either up or down, are earnings plays. And I have my now I could and this is what I did in the pre-market. So I've got my earnings date column here as an example where the pre-market actives up. So if I sort on it, if I just double left click, okay, and then I scroll down, look at all the earnings plays. Look at them all. Okay, these are all the earnings plays today that meet my filter requirements. And if I do the same thing on the ones down, active down, look at all the earnings plays. Anything that says minus 0.25 or 0.25 is an earnings play. Look at them all. Tons and tons and tons of them. You can go to their earnings channel and see all this too, but this is what I do in the pre-market. I check to see what the earnings plays are. Now there weren't as many because some of them really only started to trade once the market opened, but not 100% blue collar. I mean, some of the things that I put in the pre-market I would say probably 90% of them were related to earnings. But for instance, ARCT was not an earnings play. It's had news, a collaboration with some private company called CSL. So this is not an earnings play, but look, the first thing I do with my pre-market scanner, the up and down, check to see which ones are up the most percentage-wise from the close of yesterday. That gives me an idea. Okay, something's happening with these. And then I start diving in and okay, because something may not be, my eyes are drawn to the ones that are the most dramatic moves, but there could be something, up or down, say 5 or 6%. And I might see it if I click on the earnings date and go, this company has earnings today. Let's keep an eye on it. And especially if it's it's got some, especially if I look if I'm looking on a stock that's down, I check immediately to see if Interactive Brokers has shorts available. So when we're in earnings season, as I said many times, we have 1,000 companies at least releasing earnings this week. Next week we'll have probably fewer than the week after that, a little bit fewer, but we've got 3 solid weeks. The rest of this week and a couple more weeks where we're going to get a lot of these little earnings plays that you don't really hear about. Well, the only thing I check Dionysus is if it's down 10%. I mean, I can obviously see if a stock is down. If it's down 10%, then I know the uptick rule is in I know the uptick rule is in effect. What does that mean, Poe? Or maybe you can't hear me. I know there were some issues with our audio. Yeah, a little bit intraday. I mean, that's why I'm looking. I mean, I'm more of a momentum trader. Okay, so most of the things that I see, most of the things that I see are going to be near the high or the low of the day. Okay, that's why I'm not like like I'm not a great pullback trader. You know, I will look, and then I'll check to see where I think a stock could go before it hits some resistance intraday. I did not know that, but why would I? Yeah, I see that, Dionysus, but why would I do that? I mean, I know the uptick rule is in effect if it's down 10%. If I don't get an instant fill on, going in at the bid, I mean, I know ahead of time when I'm placing a short, I'm prepared for the fact that the uptick rule will be in place. Oh, if I'm not, well, but I'm always going to know the percentage. I'm always going to know because I've got my single stock window there. So I always, first thing I do when I click on an alert, guys, I always look at my single stock window. I want to check lifetime range. Is it an earnings play? I mean, I love my single stock window's got the information that I want, the relative volume at a glance. Okay. So I appreciate it, but I just have to look at that percent and I'll know. You can detach the chat, Daniel, if that's what you're talking about. You can actually detach the chat so it's floating around. So this is a little too choppy for me anyway, the GTHX. The only way I'll take this is really going to have to get back down to 780. Look at Para, guys. I mean, just hanging around 17. Hmm. How to do that? Okay, let's see if I can remember. I think it is if you click on that, hopefully you have the same sort of gear. If you click on that gear and then in between the palette and the sound icon, the little icon that says detach chat. So if you guys can see the same gear that I see, between it's a little it's sort of faded right here. but there is a gear, click on it. And if you get this, where the color palette and as Denver is saying, excuse me, and the sound icon, right in between is the detached chat. Well, let's see, what's Mitch doing? Mitch match. I really don't know, Paul. I don't know what this I mean, obviously it's going to be either 50 or 75. I really don't know. Nobody knows. I mean, nobody absolutely 100% knows. And if they say they know, they're lying. Nobody absolutely 100% knows. Well, as far as I know, Daniel, isn't the chat floatable? So you can put the chat on one screen and see, this is what I do, but I'm using it a different way. There's a chat for me on another screen. But yeah, I doubt very much we're going to go to one. I mean, yeah, then we'll see a giant red candle. Here you go, perfect circle. I shouldn't do that, because what if they did and somebody copies that and says, sues me? Well, not that there'd be any, if it happens, it happens, but talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, what is happening now? Well, as bad as William, as bad as all that news was for TSP, look at what it's doing. Go figure. Firing everybody left and right. Look at TSP now. All right, yeah. As we get closer to 2 o'clock, I think, well, things are obviously going to slow down, especially for the larger cap ones. Definitely going to slow down. Well, let's keep an eye on LI. I mean, there's the VWAP 1627 right around here. So it held, look at this, held right at the VWAP a couple of times and it's trying to bounce a bit, I guess. Well, the bad news happened yesterday, I think, Dak. I think, oops, that's a daily chart. So let's take a look at the, yeah, so the bad news happened 2 days ago. That was 2 days ago when the CEO was fired and several other, I think, C-suiters might have got fired, but certainly the CEO was fired. Allegations of dealing with some China, I guess, China firm in an underhanded way. So there's your news yesterday, November 1st. It's supposed to actually hit though on this day, on the 31st. Bend has got this look. Look at the volume now. When we saw this right here, it was nothing. It's about, well under 100,000 shares. I think anyway, but look at the volume now, 8 million, 21 million in the float. Very close to 19. So because it's 4.8% the position in the lifetime range, that means it obviously did some reverse splits. Let's take a look at a monthly time frame. Had to have done some reverse splits. Yeah, pre-split. I don't recall. Well, maybe I don't recall this. Maybe it was legitimately up at though 21 million is pretty low. I don't know. Maybe during the craziness of the yeah, I guess it's possible. This is a pandemic surge right there for this company. Looks like a lot of them though, like Peloton and Zoom and Sorry, guys. Okay, what time is it now? So about 22 minutes, 23 minutes. So it should be obvious. If you're in anything that more or less tracks the market, some of the big names that kind of track the market, I'd be careful. I'd probably be getting out of my positions because you never know what they're going to say at 2 o'clock. IMUX. Look at this little break out of consolidation. This is one that I was thinking, trying to go long yesterday. This is almost a lifetime low. Will this look left? Okay, so look left. 165 looks like the lifetime low. 165. Boy, is this had a little glimmer of hope yesterday, and now reality setting in again. IMUX got destroyed on this day. Actually has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. What are they possibly going to say? I'm talking about IMUX. I always like to do a check every now and then. How is this noise canceling working? The reason I say I've got my little robot doing its vacuuming right at my feet. Pretty noisy to me. If you guys can't hear it, it's still an amazing piece of software. Okay, well, interesting. FRZA now is through the 200, not sorry, it's through the VWAP. 246. Yeah, so it's through the VWAP a little bit, but it's, got all this to get through. I keep staring at this 288. My maid, no maid. But leaf blowers, well, of course, living in an area with lots of trees, they were in full force yesterday. My cat does the same thing, Major. I'm not sure she knows how, but she does. Well, I mean, when I say that, I can't say, okay, Monita, go change, go turn off the off. Well, it's not a Roomba equivalent. Yeah, nice bounce play for the CDLX. Okay, now Rhombus is getting weaker. I thought maybe this would hold 32. There's that VWAP right there, 33.84. I have an alert set down here around 33.76. I may take that if I may take that short of it if it gets down below there at 30, what did I say? 33.76. Because it'll be just below the VWAP. And then for you, Mookie, you look left now, and that's where I would see some support, for Rhombus, right around, if I look on the 15-minute chart, around 33.37. So it would give me a little bit. I mean, if I got down there, if I were taking the short around 33.78 and it moved down 30 odd cents, I mean, it wouldn't be terrible. Yep, Dak, you're right. I mean, the SPY is trying to put in a little bounce. I didn't even look. So Dow's up just a smidge. SPY is down a little, and NAS is down a little. Everything is just in. Let's take a look at. No, I forgot to do this, but let's take a look at the change from the open, see if there's any massive difference. Not really. Yeah, not really. On a day like today, when the market is, kind of flat compared to other days, there's really not a big change. Retail is weak. I can't remember what retail was in the pre-market, but retail is weak. Has weakened since the market opened. Let's take a look at XRT. Yeah, so it weakened, the market opened, and it fell. Trying to come back a little bit with the market, looks like. Look how it is really mimicking what the SPY is doing over the last hour. Green bar, red bar, green bar, green bar. Green bar, red bar, green bar, green bar. Little, well, again, with the market, Campbell Soup moving higher, a little bit higher here. CPB has earnings in December, so that's not really an earnings play at all. Give me a moment, please. Guys, I'm back. Oh, I just had to take a little break there, Stephen. Feed the cat. Yeah, the market in advance of, is there a discussion at 2:30 also today, or is it just 2 o'clock and that's it? So there is a presser. So there'll be more fireworks at 2:30, depending what he says. Boy, everything is just for me anyway. Just well, it makes sense. Just absolutely stopped. Look how choppy this is. This SNOA got way up to 334 through the 200-day, right back down through it. Very big topping tails on the daily chart so far. Another, haven't seen this one for a while. Another earnings play, EHAB, EHAB. Look at this daily candle, but coming right, look left, Mookie, look left. What do you see? See all this stuff here. I mean, listen, doesn't absolutely mean it's going to stall here, but I'd rather not see any of this. Imagine if all of this, if you can see my screen, all of this that you see in the daily chart were below that price, the current price. So all of this, and then you look left and you saw 1846 as the next high. That'd be awesome. But when I look left on this, all I see is a bunch of mess right around, the area that it's in. That's why I won't take the trade. Discussing it? No. I'll have the SPY chart up and that's it. If that's what discussing it is, but well, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously every FOMC event, I put the SPY chart up, the 1 minute SPY chart up. And as I usually always say, you've got to wait 5 minutes. You might see a giant green candle right off the bat, then a giant red candle, then a giant green candle, up and down reaction. Usually have to wait about 5 minutes before the true, but we have the press, you have him talking also at 2:30, which can, depending on what he says, because he's going to be asked questions, what he says could also move the market. Other one, Mookie, look left on the quad. Again, what do I see? I see 350 being, potential like this right up here, potentially stalling it. So I won't take the trade. I don't trade very much, guys. I mean, I'm highly selective, but I don't see what I want to see, then I don't take the trade. I mean, I know that sounds obvious, but 8 minutes. But remember, Mookie, that's how I trade, right? I mean, because I'm mainly a momentum trader. And I know you're saying, you're trying to figure out, patterns that you like, or because you're new, you may want to be more of a pullback trader. You may want to see stocks pulling back to a certain level. You're not, a lot of people are like that, and that's perfectly fine. I've just never been able to comfortably figure out a scan to do. I mean, I know we have scans to do that, but I've just never been able to comfortably figure out how to do it. Plus, we're in a market right now, as Zach is saying, these small caps, these little guys, it's really. I mean, we had one day last week where it was awesome, where we had stocks that kept moving higher and higher without giant pullbacks, and which really gets you out of a trade if you've got a proper stop. But we're not in that market right now. But I will not lose sight of this MMAT. You know, as crazy as it seems, this Hudi is actually setting up not badly. HUDI, very risky, not even very much volume, but it is, it's sort of for it. It is in a bit of a chant, like a range, 34 to 33, in a bit of a range. So if it ever gets some volume, and the volume is not great, if it ever gets some volume and pops through, I mean, there's your next high looking left, 39, and then of course the fantasy level way up here at 58 and 68. And I'm absolutely not saying it's going to happen, but this is about as good a consolidation as I've seen on something like this, as you're going to get. Usually by this time, I would have thought it would just, have gone all the way back to the bottom, or had some huge move and then move back to the bottom. But no. Aha, look at him, Matt. Winning a race. But I'm waiting for this break up here. Again, if it hits 138, doesn't mean I'm absolutely going to pile into it, but I'm not going to anticipate that it's going to do it and take the trade right here and anticipate that it's going to get through that. All right, just about 3 minutes. So before I forget, let me get a big giant SPY chart up. And we'll get the 1 minute. You can see what's happened over the last few minutes, but now look what's happening here. So You know, LL has some room to go down, guys. I mean, there's a cross. Vicky would like this. Cross 8 AMA crossing down below the 20 SMA, right around that the current price. The VWAP at 730 is far enough away from 791, but that could be attracting it somewhat. So this is turning into potentially an interesting short play right now. But you know, we've got the FOMC. I don't know how much LL would be affected by it. All right, guys, I'll leave this up. So the big thing is 50 or 75. That is really what the market is waiting on. Whoa, MMAT making a little bit of a move. Little bit of a move. Okay, we have a minute left. All right, guys, bets are being placed. So Blue, I can't remember. Are you short or long the SPY? I can't remember. Blue collar. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. There we go. Let's see what the first reaction is. Okay, we've got a giant green candle so far. But as I said, it could be followed by a giant red one. Just like that. Oh, it was 75? Okay. Good. My reputation is intact. I said there's no way it would be 100. So if this reaction remains, that means that they like the 75 instead of the 50, I guess. Look at the gap. Don't often see that on a 1-minute chart. Look at the gap. Well, maybe they're saying, you know what, we want 75. We want you to get this inflation under control. If that's what's going to do it, I don't know. Well, I maintain 5 minutes. 5 minutes, really, until you get the really. I don't know if I've seen this before. A gap on a 1-minute chart. So look at Meta. Meta's popping here. Paramount is popping. PARA is popping. Right. No, that. I have to take a look at Rambus. Yeah, look at this. Look at this 15-minute. I mean, again, it is early. I caution, it is early. It looks like, yeah, this could be the direction, but remember, 2:30, he's going to be talking. So that could affect, definitely could affect the market also, depending what he says. Well, look at this one moving with the market too. ATEN. This is actually it's an earnings play. I know it's showing up on Zacks Scan. I wouldn't want to necessarily short anything right now. This is showing up on Zacks Scan. This is almost an all-time high. ATEN. All right. Well, there's the MMAT. Interesting. I didn't think this would move with the market, but it appears like it's trying to move a little bit with the market. Okay, so we're 5 minutes in, just about 5 minutes in. I think this is probably going to be the direction at least until 2:30. I don't anticipate a giant red candle wiping it all out. All right, I think I'll get rid of this now. But remember, 2:30, we could get similar fireworks. UNM, boy, from the Zach Scan, of course, helped immensely by, excuse me, helped immensely by what the market was doing. But to be fair, it had been moving before. 44.21 was the alert. It had been moving before. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, FRZA. Take a look at FRZA. I mean, it's hanging in there. You got to be aware of that VWAP. Okay, Dean, you just have to be aware that VWAP is right there, 246. It's right there. It's I'm not saying it's stalling it completely, but right now, what could happen later on, this is why if you were interested, I'd probably put an alert around 255, see if it takes out the highs of those. And if later on in the day, we're at 2 o'clock now, if some volume comes in and it pops it through all that, yeah, it could go on a run. 288 is the next high though. And as I said before, it got up to 276. If it can take out 288, then you've got three. I mean, I don't like this daily chart. Now, look, the news, such as it is, I'm sure it's million, not billion. I mean, will that be enough to sustain it to, have a run up to the high of the day and then through three and onward? I don't know. So, Michael, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, could CUP be up tomorrow? Yes, it could be. Understanding that it's basically at an all-time low. Did not move at all. Not that I would have thought it would, but it did not move at all with the market. Just give me a moment. Well, Rambus certainly benefited from that SPY pop. Well, listen, Michael Anthony, without getting any, I just did a little search on Tupperware earnings. This is what I'm coming up with. Earnings per share missed by 66%. Like, do yourself a favor, and you can do a lot of this on your own. I mean, there it is, dismal Q3 earnings. I mean, that's huge. I mean, the EPS of 14 missed by, 46 was the consensus. 14, that's huge. But if you're asking, did they make money? I mean, I guess but you can do all this on your own, Michael. Okay, I'm just trying to help you, man. Like, you don't have to rely on other people for stuff that is fairly easy to find. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Michael Anthony, just out of curiosity, who's your broker? Because your broker, I mean, I'm just using Interactive Brokers headline news. We have our headline news here also. Okay. But who is your broker? Because your broker should have news that you can search on. What's a broker? Seriously. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Like, I don't mind helping people. I mean, that's not, but I mean, at some point, a lot of this stuff, instead of waiting for somebody to answer, some of this stuff is pretty easy to find. Well, that's true, Jonathan. That's absolutely true. I don't dive into the fundamentals, whether a company makes, loses money. The EPS is the big thing. I mean, so all I care about is what's the reaction to earnings. Okay. That's all I care about. Look at the rally on this one after firing everybody, the CEO. Okay, so Michael, Fidelity, I'm positive Fidelity must have some, I mean, William, you have Fidelity. Uh, They must have some kind of news headlines, right? Don't they? Okay, there you go. Michael, just somebody who has Fidelity in the other room. Well, no, they're not going to give advice. Okay, again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. But that's not what you asked for. You asked for, did they make money or lose money? You can find that. Fidelity has news. Just give me a moment. See, this is all I use. I mean, this is Interactive Brokers News. Okay, headlines. Fidelity must have something like that, as William says in our room. If you typed in Tupperware, link it to your news, you'll see everything. So if I type in Tupperware, TUP, how it changes. How amazing is that? There you go. Nosedives and dismal Q3 earnings. But here's the whole release. I'm sure Fidelity has something the same. But yeah, Fidelity's not going to give you advice. Well, should you buy it or that's now you're talking about something completely different. Now, how do I get this over here? Ah, I know this is hard to grab. Maybe right there. All right, guys, 2:18. So again, 12 minutes before the you talk. So again, we could have some more fireworks on the spy, depending what is said. Wow, first alert from the AI today. Interesting. The short sky. Now, the issue I would have is that it's sitting right on the VWAP, which is, well, a little bit below it, 49. Maybe that takes it out. I wish there was some resistance for ATAN because I like this one from Zach Scan. You know, it's from his topping scan, but where is the, yeah, I wish there was some chart resistance also for it. There isn't, really isn't. I mean, 1911 is way up here and that's back on about a year ago. Well, let's see. So I don't have to worry about the uptick rule. Tons of shares available. Interactive brokers, 3 million. Okay, so Michael, I am sorry to hear that. All right, let's see if this has any move down. Yeah, that's about a year ago, isn't it, Seven? About a year ago. I think I saw that when I scrolled back a bit. Right here. Yeah, right here. 1905. Yeah, but that's a year ago. Okay, let that ask cap catch up to the bid. Oops. Best I could see happening would be down to 18, right below that candle. But I'm not going to be in this at 2:30. I guarantee that. Come on. Just it's 1825, 1830. Ah, shoot, it just moved a little higher. As I say, I'm not hanging around if it's at 2:30 for this. And I don't know what this is exact. Oh, never mind. It got halted again because of news. Who cares? Okay, guys, I'm out of it. Took a small loss on it. Had a little gain, but I was looking for more. And I'm talking about the ATEN. So 5 minutes, 5 minutes to the question and answer section of today. The only thing, Michael Anthony, as I say though, you can't rely on somebody else trying to make investment decisions for you. I mean, anything that is said in any room is just an opinion. Okay, so you're looking for. I know you asked Chris a lot of questions about your energy plays and all that. He's not a fundamental trader. I'm not. Michael is not. Virtually none of us at Trade Ideas are fundamental traders. So as Perfect Circle says, I know you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber. So as Perfect Circle says, you might want to find a different sort of a discussion group that are more fundamentally, more into the fundamentals than just pure technicals. I'm talking to somebody again in our YouTube room. All right, guys, another 3 minutes or so before this 2:30 presser. Rave was a big one yesterday, I recall. Yeah, Rave was a big look what it's done over the last 5-6 days. 169 to 228. Hasn't really cared what the market is doing. Let's back this out to see what sort of room it has till it hits. Yeah, this when it gets too jumbled like that, I have to go to say a week or a monthly chart. Yeah, so the next high in the weekly chart is 255 or so, 257. So it's got a little bit of room. All right, I'll put the SPY 1 minute chart up again, see if there's any fireworks. Certainly ahead of it. Market is still positive, has not had any sort of a drop really. Now, we won't get the same reaction right at 2:30, of course, that we get at 2 o'clock because it's more, again, of a pressor. So we could get reaction, a little afterwards. And that's why you have it stop, guys. Don't get stubborn. You get into something, it doesn't work, get out of it. Have it stop, get out of it. Oh, it could change. I mean, if he says something that, yeah, I think maybe next week or in the next one we're going to raise it 200 basis points. I mean, exaggerating, but oh yeah, we've had. I can't remember. Actually, thought this one might bounce. So look at this. So this is a GTHX. I shouldn't say might bounce. I was saying I was thinking to myself, if it takes this area out, this might have a bit of a bounce in it. It's certainly got a lot of room. Okay, it is now a minute after 2:30. No major reaction yet. Well, I'm sure that's a goal, 2% inflation. I'm sure that's a goal. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, let's see. Well, GTX did not take that out, so I thought I was toying with the idea of going long on a breakout here, but it did not break out, so not yet anyway. GTHX. Okay, guys, I don't know if this is available for you guys, but here's something I was asking internally. This is an indicator. I have no idea what it's going to do. TI pattern recognition. I was asked to try it. Well, so that it doesn't muddle, well, I don't know what sort of muddling this is going to do, but I'm going to add to the main chart and see what happens. So I get all these little, this is on the weekly chart. Let me go to the daily chart. See, I just don't know what it's trying to tell me. It runs the amount of bullish versus bearish candlesticks in the stock in X time, 20 periods. Okay. How's that going to help me, I guess? All right. Wow, look at this, guys. Now we're getting a giant red bar forming. Whatever he's saying, whatever he's talking about as we speak, market doesn't appear to be liking that, wiping out all that good work. Okay. Whoa, boy, this is affecting Rambus for sure. Okay, guys, give me a moment here. Drop here. Come on. Well, that is stuck. There we go. Okay, thank goodness. Give me one more little move down for ATEN. Well, watching this market. Boy, look at this. Look at whatever so I'm saying, guys, I mean, there's your reaction at 2 o'clock, whatever he said. Why is this happening on my chart here? Oops, I added it twice. Okay, here we go. A little better. Just give me a moment, guys. I am been asked to take a look at this pattern recognition thing that we've got. I didn't even know we had it. Just give me a moment. Get rid of this one. Okay, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Okay. Okay, so what am I looking at here? That's the million-dollar question. But look at this bottoming tail, guys. I mean, this is this is this is a fun reaction. Well, maybe that's not the right word, but market's trying to rally off the bottom there. Yeah, I think you've got TI Strength. I don't think is on there either. You guys don't have that. I don't know what the other ones are. I just happened to notice this. I don't know why I was even checking, but oh, I see. You guys don't have stochastics either? Oh, really? Okay. Not that I use stochastic. I don't even know how to use this. I mean, I'm just, I don't know what this is telling me. I wonder. Well, I'll let Michael tell me if he knows. I'm talking Michael Noss. He asked me to take a look at it, but I just don't know how to interpret it at all. He's telling me not to use it. Probably. All right, guys. Let's see. Not in anything right now. Yeah, I have no idea what this is telling me. Some got to be a rhyme or reason to it, but we call it TI pattern recognition, so I don't know what it's telling me. Well, at least Michael Nas is the word is not truthful, honest. No, I'm not talking to Michael Anthony. I'm talking to Michael Nas. So he says the higher number, more bullish candlesticks than bearish. As I said, might be useless, might be awesome. Just an idea. I kind of am mildly crude. Okay. So we'll see. Yeah, I can't see any use of it. I just don't see. I mean, it's okay. I think I'm just going to get rid of. I don't want to confuse myself and try to figure out what it's trying to tell me. I think so. I have access to it, and I'm just putting on a 15-minute chart. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, so there you go. So bullish, less bullish. Hey, maybe this is great. I don't- You know what? I'll keep it on here just for fun, just to see what happens. See if there's any sort of correlation to anything. See, when you see this, you might be looking at, well, there's nothing happening. So I guess that makes sense. Take another one here. Porch. Let's take a look at porch. See if there's any sort of bullish, bullish, bullish. Yeah, but this is increasingly bullish here, but it wasn't doing anything. Maybe it's a precursor to something happening. I don't know. You don't have it, Vicky. It's called TI pattern recognition. You don't have it yet. I don't know when you guys are going to have it, but it's one of the indicators. And I guess you guys don't have three of them. So after RSI, as Pepe said, after RSI, you have volume. You don't have, I think stochastics has been around for a while, so I don't know why you guys don't have it. But these two, TI pattern recognition and TI strength. Okay, sure. This is where I think I put it, didn't I put it on? And it was, yeah, really, yeah, I mean, just kind of chopping around, just like this is chopping around. So again, as Michael said in his way, higher number, more bullish candlesticks than bearish. So this is a number, I guess. Let me or just higher number, more bullish candlesticks than bearish. But as you said, it might be useless, it might be awesome. Not for prime time yet, obviously. What am I talking about? Stocks unhinged. I'm talking about an indicator. If you can see my screen, it's called TI pattern recognition. It's an indicator. You can't yet, and I guess it's still very experimental. Look at this. Look at this SPY just wiping out everything now. But I'm not sure exactly how I would use it. Let me see a few more of them. Supposedly, so the higher the number, bullish. Wow, look at this SPY, guys. This is a classic of waiting for the presser, really. You know, he had that initial reaction, and then he starts talking. I'm not in this anymore. Oh man, Aiton. I had some. I sort of scalped out of it, and boy, if I just waited a little bit of time, but you know what? It did pop right back up to 1860. So look at this. This will be a fun one to put on a 1 minute chart. And look at this. So there's your 2 o'clock reaction. Hey, everything's great, great, great. Market's moving higher, and then the presser comes out. 236. It took 6 minutes for whatever he said at 236. Boom. And then maybe he was saying some positive things. I don't know. And then, boom. Wow. Yeah, I mean, people are. Yeah, He's talking about inflation and may not. Anyway, whatever he said, I don't really care what he said. The market is reacting to what he said. So, Kamen, what are you doing? This is almost wow. This is a lifetime low now for Kamen. It's another earnings play. Ever heard of Kamen before, guys? Seriously. I mean, I know somebody probably has, but I mean, ball and roller bearing manufacturing earnings release today. I'm just saying again and again, these earnings plays are awesome. These little ones that are sort of obscure, and we have tons of them. Look at Meta. I mean, oh man, Meta. Meta is the spot. Well, actually, it is a little better than the SPY, but not much. Well, I want to bring up the SPY. Like, where could it stop? What have I got here? Yeah, you happy for your blue collar? I mean, I know you probably had some anguish here, but oh, I see. 379. That's what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of days right there, isn't there? Through 378 or so. 3 days. Looks like about 3 days right there. Let's see if that holds. That's on the SPY. No, I wish I knew what this orange line was here. I have I don't know how I added it. Sorry, guys. Let me see if I can find it anywhere. Okay, guys, it is almost 3 o'clock. So what I'm going to do now, I'll put myself on mute. I'm still here. I have a question. I'll hop back on the mic. If I have anything to say, I'll hop back on the mic, of course. Thought I did that in the edit. I just couldn't find the indicator. I just can't see it here. I've got volume. Here's my EMA 8, 20, and 200. Other menu. Thing is, I don't know what this is. I'm talking to myself, I know, but top of what? I love guys telling me how to do this because I have no idea. Ah, of course, the edit tab. I did that before. You're absolutely right. Except that I still don't see it. I still don't see it. No, I've got, well, okay, maybe it's the EMA. I don't remember adding it, but it looks like you're right. It looks like it is. I don't remember adding this ever, but okay, you're probably right. Maybe I accidentally did it. You're right. Thank you, guys. How can you remember I added it when I don't remember Pepe? There were some I I'm kidding you, of course. Will Tup go up tomorrow? Ha ha ha, Stratton. I don't know. Will it? Probably not. I actually think I still have some old Tupperware. One thing about Tupperware, it lasts forever, which is not good. When you think about it, I don't know if women still wear nylons and all that, but you could always make nylons that wouldn't run, but why would they? Yeah, I still have, you're right. It's indestructible. The Tupperware is indestructible. Yeah, exactly, Stratton. Exactly. It's amazing. Okay, trying to see any sort of correlation to what's happening here with this. Yeah, I don't know I mean, scientifically, I have no idea if that's true, what you were saying. Certainly, though, I do recall a day in which the SPY was down on FOMC at 2 o'clock, and then when he talked, the SPY ripped. I do recall a day like that. Or you just wait for 2:30. You don't even have to have patience. Well, if the patience meaning waiting until 2:30, forget about that opening 2 o'clock, 2:05 move. Just wait for 2:30 and take it from there. Now, not every FOMC has a presser at 2:30. That's I guess. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute again. Any questions? I will hop back on the mic. Sorry about that. I did see that. Tahiri or Tajiri. I did not see that question. Okay, new members, can you talk about your morning process? What members need to do before the market open? Also, I am using the web-based version. Is there a big difference in the desktop? I have Windows. I use a Mac. Okay, so I can answer most. Now, first of all, I can talk about my morning process. Of course, that doesn't mean it has to be your morning process, but this is what and yeah, okay, the difference between the web-based version and the desktop version, you don't have access to this Brokerage Plus window, which may or may not make a difference to you. But if you want to practice trading, if you want to, first of all, before I keep going, can you hear me? Before I keep going, I just want to make sure you can hear me. Okay, good. So if you wanted to practice trading, you couldn't do it, okay, because you need the desktop application. You know, this allows you to use our simulator using our real-time data, so you can practice trading. You know, if you're a new trader, you know, I think it's very important. Now, there are ways in which you can use the application on a Mac if you're prepared to. You know, if you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels, I know a lot of people do that. You know, you can then use the app. But if you're not prepared to do that and you're going to stick with the web-based version, then you won't have this. And you also, at this point right now, you don't have access to the races. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, my process. Now, again, this is my process, my morning process. And this is the pre-market. So, you know, the room is open. The room is open at 8 o'clock Eastern time. In the morning. I don't get on the mic until 9, but you know, I open the room at 8 and traders will be talking about things. But this is what I do. Okay. This is what I've got my pre-market actives up and down. And so that sets me up to, and especially now that we're in, you know, in earnings season, I will sort on the change from the close. So I'll see the ones that are up the most right off the bat in the pre-market. And of course, I do I want to see the ones that are down the most in the pre-market. So I'll sort on that change from the close. And these are two scans that I am sharing. So just let me bring up my home page. Okay, so there's my home page link. If you click on the link and scroll down, you will see here is the scan section. And there they are, pre-market actives up and down. I have some other scans I'm sharing, but you can't have access. You don't have access to the races. But you know, this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Now, give me a moment. So the obvious thing, of course, is always sorting on the change from the close. That'll show you the stocks that are up the most or down the most in the pre-market. Now, what I typically do is I will click on the alert and see, okay, is it an earnings play? Is there news? Is there some catastrophic news, especially if it's down a lot? If you know this was not FRZA was not an earnings play, but it had some news. So you know I'll have an idea about okay, do I think that news is going to sustain the move? You know, I mean that's of course a judgment decision. What I might think and what you or anybody else might think might be two different things. But that kind of sets me up for at least knowing what stocks are kind of moving up and down in the pre-market. But the next thing I do, and especially now, okay, I've got this earnings date column here. And now I say we're really into earnings season. If I left click on it, just a minute, my robot started on its own. Just give me a moment. Okay. So the next thing I do right now, because we're in earnings season, I sort on that earnings date column and then I scroll down and I can see 0.25 and minus 0.25. These are all of the earnings plays today. Look at them all. Look at them all. These are the ones on the upside. And I'll do the same thing here. Again, because we're in earnings season. So I'll have an idea about, is there anything interesting to me, regarding an earnings play that maybe I didn't see it because, my eyes are, when you do a search or a sort on the change from the close and you see just the big ones, and I may miss something that's only up, say, 5%, but maybe it's a big earnings play. Maybe it's a company that has some kind of recognition. And so maybe I do want to follow that. So I mean, that's kind of what I do. When we're not in earnings, the other thing I can do is check the float. There could be some very low float stock that I wouldn't necessarily see because this is a big list. Again, if I click on the change from the close, sure, I see this, but I'm not going to keep scrolling. Am I going to keep scrolling? Maybe I unearth a little gem if I double left click on the float. Okay, and I see something that's got a very low float that maybe it's not up 30%, but maybe it's up 10%, So that's kind of what I do. That's kind of what I do. Not kind of, that is what I do. And I can, so sometimes I may click on the short float percent again to see what has a high short float percent. Edit, look at edit right there. It's only up 4.8% from the close, but look at that short float percent. So this is the exercise I go through, and I start this at about what time? So I'm on the West Coast, so I'm up about 4. I usually start all this around 4:30 my time, so 7:30 Eastern time. So I have about an hour and a half that I go through all this before I get on the mic. That's what I do, though. I'm not saying that's what anybody else has to do. And it doesn't mean that just because, I'm identifying stocks that are, up the most or down the most, it doesn't mean that once the market opens, I just pile into them, because now at this point, okay, at least I know some of the things that might be interesting to follow during the course of the day, but some of them may not pan out at all. I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes, number one. Okay. I'll like to see things settle down a little bit. Not that things are totally settled down after 15 minutes, but I typically do not trade in the first 15. And if something runs away on me right from the beginning, so be it. Okay. Does that help a little bit? But yeah, everybody, my style is, it's my style, obviously. And I've been doing this for years using that particular scan within Trade Ideas, the pre-market actives up and down. I haven't really modified it very much ever since I was a member of Trade Ideas, like a subscriber, like anybody else back in 2010. So I really haven't modified it that much. So is there anything else So again, when you say what members need to do, there are probably people out there that say, I don't care about the pre-market. I'll just wait for the market to open. The problem I have with that is, there are days in which I, accidentally sleep in a little bit and I'm scrambling. I just find that, I can't turn the switch on at 9:30 Eastern and when the market all of a sudden explodes on you right on the open. I have to have in my head anyway, I've got to have a little bit of an idea about what's happened. And, it's just, for me, it's just too hard. It's like turning the faucet on full blast and all this information's coming at me. So that's why I do some pre-market work. Meanwhile, ZI on the way down still, guys, another earnings play. ZI. Yeah, you can't get the race windows. Unfortunately, that's what I was saying. You cannot get the race windows if you're using the web-based version. Well, okay, we do have a channel. I mean, you can have mine, okay? That's why I'm saying if you followed what I was doing, I put my homepage link up here. Okay, I'll put it underneath you. If you click on my homepage link, there is a scan. You have to scroll down a bit. Just give me a moment. This is probably what you'll see to begin. Okay, so you just scroll down a bit until you see the scan section. Click on the scan section, and here are the two cloud links. Pre-market actives up and down. Now, you don't have to do, this is what I've done over the years, but you can also, give me a moment. And this might be maybe a slightly less confusing way to start. If you click on from our toolbar, now, let me see what you're using the web-based version. Let me load the web-based version. I never used the web-based version, so I just want to make sure I know what I'm talking about. TI Pro Web. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So here's your channel bar. There must be a pre-market channel. Here we go. So you can click on the pre-market channel, okay? And here are your up gappers, down gappers, pre-market movers. I mean, you could look at this again, it's still running. But if you turn on trade ideas before anytime before 9:30, we start getting our data at 4 o'clock Eastern time, okay? 4 o'clock Eastern time. And we go to 8 o'clock Eastern time. So if whenever you turn on your computer, you'll have access to this, and you'll see the up gappers and the down gappers. I mean, that's not a bad way to do it either. I just customized it a little bit for me, added some columns in and things like that. Okay, but you can certainly try this. Maybe a little bigger. Okay, and that is called the pre-market channel. Or you can take my two scans. Okay, okay. Look at this market. Now, Chris says he's going to be about 5 minutes late, so I will keep the YouTube room. Well, I'll hang around. I usually close the main room down at 3:25, and so just for those of you on YouTube, Chris won't be there until 3:35. He says, okay. Can I scan through the sectors? Are you talking, can you do it? Is it possible to do it, or you just want me to do it, Alan? If I click on new, you know what, might as well get rid of this. I'm back talking, so that's okay. So if I click on new and then dock channel bar, and then click on the show more, and here's the sectors. So let's see what's happened since. Probably a sea of red now. Yeah, look at this. So look at this. So these are the major sectors, guys. Now, actually, let me show you in a different way, though. I want to show it from the open. Oh, is it possible? Yes. Okay, so yes. So the question, I wasn't sure if you meant you wanted me to scan through the sectors, or can you do it? Yes. So just click on new from the toolbar, click on docked channel bar. Okay. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Then click on show more. This will show all of the layouts all the channels that we've got, all the theme-based channels, and then scroll down until you see sector status. And that's what I do about 10 minutes before the market opens. We take a look at the major sectors just to see what's happening. And as you can see, it ain't pretty. This is the change from yesterday's close now. And here's the change from okay, you got it? Great. Whew. Okay, guys, time is it now? 3:22. So again, in the main room, I'll shut it down around 3:25. The YouTube room will remain open, of course. And Chris will be a little bit late, he said, probably in around 3:35. Now Para's starting to make that move down, guys, in the last 30 minutes. Again, remember, earnings play, all-time low. It just sort of hung around that 17 mark most of the day. But who knows, with this market just cratering now, for today anyway, this could have that move down that we've been waiting for. I mean, it's already down. I get it, 11%, but I was hoping for a much bigger move. It's an all-time low. I'm surprised with what the market's doing, that it's hanging in. Talking about PARA. Look at Meta. Oh, brother. Here's your 2 o'clock move right there. 2 o'clock move, well, plus. And then here's your press move. All right, guys, 3:25. So I will get my script together that I can plug in. Whew, tomorrow's Thursday. A fast week. Well, guys, exciting. Again, YouTubers, stick around. I'm just shutting down the main room, okay? Okay, guys, so again, shutting down the main room right now. I'll open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And now I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up. But if you have any questions in the interim, in about the next 10 minutes, just Oh boy, para, do I dare? What a sell-off. What a big sell-off, guys. Look at these three huge red candles. See, there's the low. Again, if you could, YouTubers, if you can see this, the low for para today has been right around that 1687 mark. It's got a big 15-minute chart up. That's what I'm waiting for to see if it can really break through that. Okay, so you see there it touched it, 1685 actually. In the pre-market, it got down to 1685. Right there is 1687. So you can kind of see if it can really take this out. That could be it. Remember, it's an all-time low. It's an earnings play. All-time low now. Just a little bit late, but you never know. It could have that late day collapse. Or this CDLX also. I mean, okay, let's see. Okay, so now it's at the low. It's at the pre-market low. Para is right at the pre-market low. That's the 9:15 candle, Eastern time, of course. It's right at that low. And the other one, CDLX, all-time low now. No, I'm sorry, maybe not. Not quite an all, yes, all-time low. Lifetime range, look at this, all-time low for CDLX. Be really interesting to watch this one tomorrow. Also, it's an earnings play. Watch it tomorrow, see if it just has another big down day. You know, we always talk about bottom fishing and all, but you know, typically, well, it depends what the market does, of course, but I mean, you know, bottom fishing something that's at an all-time low, a little more difficult. Mentally, anyway, I think. Boy, that power just doesn't want to crash right through. Well, this is supposedly a bearish signal. I'm going to give this new indicator a bit of a chance. You guys don't have access to it yet. It's called TI pattern recognition. I'm going to give this this indicator a bit of a go tomorrow, just to see if I can see any sort of correlation between, because the theory being is that when these candles decrease, it's bearish. Wow, here's another one. I mean, look at this, another earnings play, ATI. I mean, it's late, guys, but through the 200-day moving average now. What's going to hold this up tomorrow? I mean, the next low looking left looks like it's around 24.67 on the daily chart. Yeah, 24. I mean, what's going to hold this up? That's a couple of dollars till the next lows. Yeah, it's not available yet, Teddy. It's called if I right click on the chart, it's not available to you guys yet, but it's called we have TI pattern recognition and another one called TI strength. These are not available yet. So I'm just checking to see if there's any sort of correlation. And I'm not a big indicator guy, but Michael Noss put this together, so he asked me to take a look at it. And as he very honestly put it, it may be awesome or it may be useless. So we'll see. And there he is. Wow, right on time, Chris. You said 3:35, and
I really tried. Actually, I'm
right on.
School bus and a few other things. I might have actually been here by like 3:29.
Oh,
I was working on it. All right, I've made the screen swap, and I'll keep you no longer, sir.
okay, thanks. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay,
Sounds good. All right, everybody. Happy Fed Day, right? Oh wow, I'm just getting back to my desk right now. I was gone for about 20 minutes, and I knew the market had made new lows, but it's made some extra new lows. So that means tomorrow will be up, right? Is that the rule? I don't remember anymore. This is, I sat on my hands today. I don't know about everybody else here. I didn't see anything set up well anywhere. And that's it. Teddy, I see what indicator is it? I'm not sure if Barry had answered that or what the conversation was. I don't have any context on that. So. Anyways, Fed Day and all that. So let's just bring up the SPY chart. I don't have a whole lot to go over today because really, I mean, there wasn't anything that great on the races. And in case anybody forgot, here's our friendly reminder: we're still in a bear market. So, until otherwise proven differently, this looks, for the moment, looks like another bull trap. Bull trap. And a bull trap, right? So that's 3 so far. That doesn't mean we can't build on this right now, but anybody who's waiting for a breakout on 390, you're sorely disappointed. We'll see what tomorrow brings, though. Okay, there's a question for Barry. All right. Very good, very good. With that said, those drawings, I'd imagine the cues look more or less the same. Yeah, And the IWM. Yeah, pretty much there. IWM looks a little better than all the rest, to be honest, on the 15-minute chart anyways. And the diamonds. So, alrighty. It is what it is. Back to the SPY again. So SPY doesn't have quite the topping shadow like all the rest have, actually. Interesting. But all the same, doesn't look too happy. Band, yeah, it's on the races here. Yeah, not a bad, gapped up and came back down, found itself some balance and a nice little move up, and it's kind of held up after that move up off of defending 17 more or less. Dipped under 17 here, but all things considered, really holding up well compared to the rest of the market, that's for sure. I think there's a few others that did okay today. Was RYAM one? Yeah, I mean, this is all right. Kind of tough because, it did a lot of that move in the first 15 minutes. But, it did have a little bit of a move after that. Not bad, actually. A little better than I thought it was. But FRZA, that was, a high flyer early in the morning. Still just hasn't really gotten going yet. Keeps trying here, but just can't take out that high. Or just can't, challenge this area up here. What else? There's something else that was a big high flyer. What was it? Oh, SONA. Another prime example of, really looking at the larger time frames here. And if we look across here, really just could not get through that level. And if you look back across here, this level, you could see it was going to be trouble. It looked like it would be trouble the whole time. And, it was. So that's that. But, big day yesterday, it looks like, out of nowhere, this move here and then again into here. So I suspect this will be in play tomorrow again. Obviously, no way to know that for sure. And if it is, more likely than not, we'll see it on these scans. So make of that what you will. And for those of you that want to put something on a watch list for tomorrow, either my liked or however you like to do that, I would say that this is more of a day trading vehicle than anything else, especially when we look at this chart here, this daily chart. There's nothing here to say long-term hold whatsoever. And that's not what we really do around here anyways, not what I really do around here anyways. But definitely a shot to be in play tomorrow. What else? Let's run through some of the other top 10. So we just did SNOA. We did RYAM, TSP. Nice little curl up here on TSP. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So it ends up being okay. Plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity. Talked FRZA, EHAB. I'm not sure when this would have started coming through, to be honest. Let's throw Bollinger Band on there and just take a look, just for fun. So, all right, this could have been coming through here, actually. So this would have captured a lot of that move. A little bit better on here than I would have thought for this race. I didn't think there was going to be anything on here. I didn't have a chance to look at it much today. I was in some meetings and preparing some files and things like that for most of the day. So I was kind of head down in those files all day long. And I just didn't really intend to trade today with Fed Day. But encouraging to see some of this. And for those of you who want context, the reason why I put the Bollinger Bands on here is even though the scan says relative strength from the open, I'm using Bollinger Bands inside it to try to find some momentum to the upside. But I don't look at Bollinger Bands in general. But on occasion, I like to know where something might have came in, because if it isn't close enough to the Bollinger Band, it won't come through the scan. So if you've got something that, had gapped way, way down and then just, kind of sit sideways for too long and makes a move up, then we'll get it. But if you got something that gaps way, way down and just keeps running down for a while before it makes a move up, the Bollinger Bands will take a while to get caught back up to it. So that's why I look at it like that once in a while. But I don't use Bollinger Bands. I don't scan on them. I don't chart on them. I just like the idea for momentum is all. Anywho, with that said, we talk about band, and again, just look at band relative to the market. I mean, I know it's fading now, but look at that and look in the SPY chart. Not even on the same planet right now as far as what's going on. Not even the same solar system. ATNM. Man, just a lot of chop and slop here. But big couple of weeks on it, I guess. I don't know how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trading days. So into the second trading week of this going on here. Plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity still. So very interesting in that regard. Double DL. Chinese stock here. I mean, not really great liquidity or volume, but whatever. Yeah, not really anything to comment on here. Actually, I traded this a while ago when Chinese stocks were looking in favor for a hot minute. I took a swing position in this, as a matter of fact. But there's not a lot of movement on this, $2.80 to $3. I guess, $3.12. If you caught it at $2.90, maybe you got 15 cents out of it. Okay. Looking for something more dynamic. But I guess Fed Day, beggars and choosers and all that stuff. Leverage ENT, there's nothing there. I mean, I know it's big moves, but I'm going to pass on that. And the Getty Images again popping up, making its name heard. Nothing there. Shot out of the cannon early on, kind of gave it back. But I don't think that was very tradable, to be honest, in that regard. Mike C, I feel like I haven't seen you in a couple of days. Although I wasn't here Monday and only here yesterday, so it's Wednesday now. So that didn't help the cause at all. Anyways, that's kind of rounding out the top 10. I do have, I set some price alerts on a few things. I was making an attempt just to find some things that might be good to talk about. But CHGG, again, relative to the market, looking pretty strong right now. The market's been, extra choppy overall. This thing has been pretty stable for months and months and months and months. Got this gap up after its earnings right into this resistance here. But man, if it could hold that right there, that sets up a great risk reward going up, taking a shot at 30 possibly. I like that chart. Let's do this. Put that on the like list here. I didn't even see that earlier when I saw it coming through the race and set that. EDIT I saw coming through a race is completely collapsed now. Nothing there. Not a fan of that right now. Had earnings this morning. Yeah. DNOW as well. Again, nothing there. Now, it is in the right sector as far as I'm concerned. Well, was. We'll see what happens with, again, politicians are talking about, oil ruining everybody's lives. So we'll see how that all plays out. Interesting daily chart. But I was looking more intraday moves on these kinds of things, and it just didn't happen there. Same with LLAP. I think this was a high flyer. Yeah, big gap up and a fade the other day. And same thing here. Nothing to comment or note about that. ATNM, we already talked about that. LASC, I saw come through. It's one of those newer issues. And again, not much to talk about here. There's no real volume in it. Liquidity, 600,000 shares. I mean, you like to see something more than that at this point in the day, and 0.10 on the relative volume scale. So again, SONA. We already did that too, sorry. And CANO. This came through early on when I thought for 2 seconds I might do a day trade early in the day before I got buried under files. I don't know, what this was all about here, maybe a news release or something, and then it just faded after that pop. So that was really it. So nothing comment there. So that's really the races in a nutshell here. GDX again, I think, what did we say? That was a leveraged DNT. So I'm gonna stay away from things like that, especially when it's traded 300,000 shares on the day. You don't need something like this happening. Look, it's up above 19 and change, and that thing comes flying down here to 17 and change. So you don't want to be a part of something like that. I don't want to be a part of something like that. Look at this, all inverse ETFs right now. The exception of this right here, APLD. What are you? Holding pretty strong to the market. Interesting enough. Not a real small float. Not any real volume or liquidity, but then again, strength of strength sometimes. That's interesting to look at there. So it looks like after earnings here, it's just been drifting higher, and it put in this big bottoming tail. The sellers tried to take it down here and couldn't do it. Buyers have stepped back in again. So I'm not much for swinging $2 stocks, so I won't put it on my liked list. But this is, actually kind of interesting. Short Lockheed Martin. LMT's Lockheed, right? Be careful shorting them, right? I don't know what they could do to you. I don't know about shorting them up here. All right. This is my two thoughts. One is we're not far off all-time highs, and obviously there's not much short pressure on this stock whatsoever. There's almost virtually no short float, and what short float was virtually there is moving out. The days to cover is 1.29, meaning it is a tiny, 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 tiny fraction of this float that is short. That could instantly be covered in basically a day. Volume to short trade, volume to short shares ratio. Also, this, starts to have that kind of look of a bull flag right there. So for all those reasons, I'd be really careful about shorting it. However, it has had a very nice run recently. And, we know things like to return to the mean. And so, a possible pullback is certainly within play, but I would not be shorting it based on, I think the price is really going down. Maybe shorting it on a revision play because it's gotten ahead of itself. I guess I could see and understand that. But you're also going to want to consider the fact that we're still in a bear market. Things are still weak. And if fund managers that have to put money to work are in belief that we are going to continue to be in a bear market for the next month, 2 months, 3 months, you're going to see a rotation back of all those tech stocks that we're seeing some rotation into recently. You're going to see it right back into defensive plays, right back into dividend plays, and Lockheed Martin is both of those. So that's where I would be thinking on Lockheed, just being careful. Again, I would totally get, where do you consider the mean? Are you look at a 20 SMA or a 50 SMA or, whatever it is, or, look at daily Bollinger Bands and a revision back into that, something like that. I could totally see that working as a short play. If you're looking at it as a weak stock, though, no way, not a chance. WBA, Walgreens. I don't know. Thing is rolling over with the rest of the market. Looks almost exactly like the SPY. It's in a long, big downtrend. Its movement up was exactly like the SPY's movement up. So no, I don't think there's anything here whatsoever. Traded on the NASDAQ. Going to be a no for me, dog. If it could get over this level and hold it, then I'd like it more, because now we kind of established this level down here, this 36 and change level, 35 and change, 36 level as possible support. So, one of those scenarios where we get up above this, we look right that way, down below that, we look wrong that way. So I wouldn't discount it completely. But, there's no interest in it. It's doing less than what it's normally doing for an average volume here. there is plenty of liquidity in it, but again, there's no interest in it. Nobody's interested in the stock. So that is the short and skinny there, folks. Let's tour around. I don't want to do like a full tour like I like to do on Fridays on this, but natural gas got drug into the woods and beat down again yesterday. This is what I mean by drug into the woods, and then beat down the rest of the day, most of the day anyways. But right back up today, so we'll see. I really did not anticipate natural gas to fall like it has here. I would say this is a pretty big deal defending that level, but that doesn't mean it's going to make a move up or not. It just means maybe it won't go down anymore. It can run sideways. I don't know what weather patterns are predicted for the Northern Hemisphere in general. I know where I am in the Northeast, specifically me in the Northeast, they're looking at a slightly warmer winter they're predicting, but any person that I talk to nowadays says the same thing as I feel, that they're worse than ever at predicting weather. And I wouldn't be making any financial decisions based on anybody's weather forecast. That's for sure. Unless you got some kind of special weather app that's just never wrong. And in that case, please send it over to me. Shippers are green today, kind of odd. It just seems like whenever the market's getting shellacked, the shippers are green, I feel like. And it kind of coincides with the bear market we've been in, right? It makes sense. USO. So I'm guessing oil is up, but energy is down. I mean, they're coming for everything right now too. XLU. I mean, we're making new lows on the SPY again. I mean, this is wicked. I mean, look at this. New highs are flatlined, completely flatlined, right? While new lows are spiking. And that's on basically that's the large caps. Here's sub 2 billion. So you got a few small caps that are trying to get off the ground, just getting smacked down every time they do. So, I mean, when they're coming for utilities like that, look out. We talked about some of the banks had shown some strength recently. We'll see. One day doesn't make anything, right? We've seen what's happened on plenty of other Fed days. Obviously, we're closing green today. Closing red today. There's no way we don't close red. Where's the KRE and KEB? I'm curious because the regionals and just overall banking look better. So here's your bank sector. Yeah, they look about the same. And KRE is your regionals. Oh, you jumped on me when I went to click it. And materials and mining look terrible. Here's your regional banking. So same thing. So we'll see. I look at a chart like this and I say, well, there's the June lows. We never made new lows on that. We are going to need to take these highs out, though, and then take those highs out to really say the trend has changed. But for those of you that like to jump ahead and, you want to play a higher risk game, higher risk, higher reward, generally speaking, this gets back up this way and shows relative strength to, the overall market. Regional banks might be something you want to take a look at. Do I have any new races other than your Bollinger race still using it? No, just the same one there, Teddy. I mean, generally speaking, every week I'm finding 10 solid plays out of it. Over a course of 5 trading days, I'm, say I average 2 solid ideas out of it a day. Some days might be 3, some days might be 1. And that's good enough for me. And that's more based on the top 10 list because I think if I could pay attention to this race nonstop all day, I would suspect that there are other ideas that are a lot of second place winners or only win 1 race in a day that end up drifting up throughout the day that end up being good trades, but you're just not going to see them here on the top 10 list because they only won 1 or they came in second 2 or 3 times or something like that. So while they were drifting up, they never made that move on the change from open like some of these other winners have like that. So anyways, I'm pretty happy with it. But if you have an idea for a race, we could, build it out together right now. If there's something you're thinking about, let me know. We'll, that's what we're here for. So XOP, it's kind of short-term trend. The short-term trend is still intact, I would say. That channel right there, so touching the bottom of that channel, you can see it's constantly touched the bottom of that channel. It's also banging the top of this channel too. Want to resolve itself one way or the other. Even if it starts going sideways, that's a break of that channel.
FRZA.
So there's FRZA. Is it trying again? Kind of. So I'd be watching this tomorrow for sure. For those of you making watch lists, like I said, if it makes my scan, I'm interested. If it doesn't make my scan, I'm not interested. That's really how I do my day trading. But obviously, with less than 2 minutes now to the market, I will not be doing anything whatsoever. That is a sea of red, though. Clean energy. I like to pick on clean energy. Interestingly enough, though, clean energy made that bottom. I don't think it's really taken it out since then. But ugly chart. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Lithium ion. Real bad. SOXX. SOXX, not SOSXS, sorry. So this still doesn't look really great. I mean, here's, where it was in the summer. It's just kind of drifted down since then. So the semiconductors still look terrible. But I say that about things. They look terrible right up until they don't. And it can take just 3 or 4 days to change my mind, to be honest. Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of support around that area too. One day doesn't make a market, and one day doesn't make a trend. But I see a lot of people were taking victory laps all through here. Bear market's dead, bear market's dead, and I just I don't get it. So, we'll see, as the old saying goes, time will tell. And, chance favors the prepared. So that's a wrap on the market for the day here. All inverse ETFs with the exception of whatever this is now, BTAL. Who are you, BTAL? Market neutral anti-beta fund. Okay. That's interesting. Really interesting here. Huh. Anywho. Another one here jumping through, but again, only 500,000 shares traded today. So 560,000 shares traded today. I feel like we saw this one somewhere. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Diagnosis. I'm with you. We definitely had a nice little short-term a trend up there. I don't think it's broken necessarily, but time will tell. That's for sure. But I think you and I are more or less on the same page with a lot of this stuff. So I just realized I have a support meeting that I have to join. So I'm listening in. If I go radio silent for a moment there, that's why I just, something I got to participate in. Sideways range on the spot. Yeah, no, definitely. I agree 100%. Sideways is max pain for everybody, bears and bulls. Every time you think you got a direction after a bit of sideways, just no go. Let's see. Let's take a look at the evening scan here. My evening scan. Oof. Some pickings tonight. What are you? Interesting. So really, we're seeing a few things that we saw on some of these scans here, interestingly enough. These some ugly charts right here. There's just nothing there, really. That was ugly. Let's take a look at the option scanner. There's band jumping up there again. Wouldn't Chris? You wouldn't go and stay long on RVPH? Probably not. RVPH. No, I wouldn't. There's nothing I would do here. First off, it's pharmaceutical holdings, so no. there's not enough volume and liquidity, and we're in a bear market. So if in a bull market, I might consider this. You know, maybe I would consider, but no, there's just nothing here. It's not a dynamic chart. You know, it's a small float, and the thing just doesn't go anywhere. I mean, we're looking at $2 to $10 right here. Nah, it's too much risk, not enough reward. Could I please share these layouts? Yeah, let me here. Here you go. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get that link. There you go. It's cloud link to what you basically see here. Also, there'll be things you don't see here as well that are on another screen. So you have all those things come in through you. AMD was up. Yeah, I think, you know, AMD had some sympathy going on for it, maybe. I mean, this thing is at like 7-year lows. Is that what we discussed a while ago? So, 2-year lows. I'm sorry. Glad that's working for you. Excellent. Sorry, I'm a little back and forth silent just because so sorry, I just had to chime in on something in the support meeting. You know, a big part of what I try to want to show here is, you know, exactly, you know, Diagnosis was hitting on it before, is trends. You know, the overall trend of everything generally is this way. You know, so let's find stocks that maybe the trend isn't quite that way, and that might have a chance to do it this way. Obviously, in a bull market, much better or much easier. But and then there's questions on the platform itself. Make sure you're firing those away for me, please. TXRH. Texas Roadhouse. So, you know, that's not a bad looking chart, to be honest. I mean, not for me, but that's not bad. I mean, obviously $100 is everything, right? And that's going over it here. that was when the market made that giant jump, but that's not a bad looking chart. That I'm not going to say long, obviously, but it's an okay looking chart. $100 is everything on this chart because this is going to be 110 back here. So not too shabby. Texas Roadhouse. All right, sorry. So I just trying to chime in a few things because I'm doing some work with the dev team and reporting and things that need. Okay, so we talked about Texas Roadhouse. $100 is everything. Chris, I would like to find a few that I could go long and stay in since Xmas is coming. You and everybody else, Michael Anthony. You and everybody else. I mean, we've got these my liked ones here, and I liked a lot of the stocks that were on this, and look at them now. I really liked Cake a couple days ago. Cake don't look so good all of a sudden. I really like this RES. Not sure about that one now. So best of luck. Is it now? I'll have to check that out. I wonder if we have a Texas Roadhouse near us anywhere. I have to look that up. SMCI. Whoa, look at this. So, I mean, here we go, finding strong stocks. This thing blasted through all-time highs today. Look at this. Look at this beautiful trend. All right, so I just wanted to exit that meeting and give you guys my fullest for the last 10 plus minutes here. But I don't know, Michael Anthony, find stuff that's been in an uptrend that you believe will continue to be in an uptrend. That's my recommendation. Don't buy stocks going down, generally speaking. like I said, there's things on here that I probably still like. This DO, Diamond Offshore Drilling, I still kind of like this one, but there's no way, what are you willing to risk? You can't just buy stuff. You gotta put a floor in when you're buying it. That's why I don't buy some of these, that even though I like the charts, because I don't know where I want to floor, so I don't know what I want to risk. P10's another one. Now for this, I think $16 is everything. Holding above $16 is a big deal, and under $16 is also a big deal, both for different reasons. Pure Storage, I think we put this on there yesterday. So, it's hard because some of these had some nice trends. Today we've got this candle like that doesn't break a trend. But, being in a bear market, I still, I'm going to be extra cautious. Buying something and holding it to Christmas, just not my cup of tea. Dow was down 500 points. Yeah, 505.44 points today on the Dow. DENN, Denny's. Denny's. Not bad, actually. Again, we talk about first thing stocks have to do before they can go up is stop going down. This stopped going down a long time ago. It ran sideways for a long time before, starting to get a little bit of trend underneath it. It's not a bad looking chart, actually, there, Mr. Michael Anthony. You're going to want some market on your side, obviously, but you had some increasing volume coming into earnings, and now you'll see it coming out of earnings if we can keep a little volume up. Liquidity okay now. Probably wasn't that great before because we're doing 3 times here. So it's really doing, just shy of 400,000 shares a day. Not much liquidity. But if the stock is just strong on its own, then you don't have to be overly concerned with the liquidity. Not a terrible chart. Obviously, I'm never going to say buy, sell, or hold, but not a bad look, actually, right there, to be honest, in my humblest of opinions. Let's see. Ford was another one. I kind of, snuggling up with Ford a little bit here. We'll see. Looks a lot like the market, unfortunately. Did not take out those summer lows, but came pretty darn close. There's another one that I really liked. I feel like there's another chart that I really liked, but I'm missing it. CCRN. Yeah, I think it was this one. So, got drubbed pretty bad today. Got post earnings today, sometime this afternoon if it didn't report already. But this is one of those ones I'd be looking at that makes a nice run, has a pullback, makes a nice run. What if it, pulls back into this 30 range? That'd be something I'm looking at. Today's sell-off could create a great opportunity. We don't know. That will be hindsight, but there will be people out there that believe that right now, and they might be buying in today or they might be buying in tomorrow. Are you one of those people? If you are, have your reason, have your plan. There's certainly, we've just looked at some charts that are actually good-looking charts. They were due for a little pullback. Maybe this is their pullback and giving you an opportunity to get in here. This RES chart, not too shabby here. Give me a second here, folks. So I would definitely say these are kind of exercises that anybody's trying to find something to put money to work into. Go through charts like this. Look for stuff that's been strong, has just made a slight pullback, or, look for things that might have pulled back less today than the market did. Look at some support and resistance on it. If you can't find support and resistance, just draw a line and look, does that line look significant? If I draw a line, for example, right there, does that really look significant? Yeah, kind of a little bit, right? What if I draw, if I move that line up a little bit, though, it starts to look a little more significant, though, no? All of a sudden, you got more touches in here, and you got more touches in here, and here, and here, and here. Right? Just draw a line and look, does it look like it's touching significantly? Then move that line around. Does it look like it's touching there even more significantly? And that's how you can get some support and resistance. That's a good call. That's a good call, Diagnosis. So what Diagnosis is mentioning is this here. Look in the after hours for things like this. Hold on. Put it up. Market. Things like this. Gunning to stop people out to the side. When you see things like this here, they're stop hunting. That's a good call too. Totally good call. All right. I like those. I dig that with either Diagnosis. I don't think I think that's some reasonable. I think that's some reasonable work off the charts. That I could see that. I'll also be looking for things like everybody here. How many people got trapped here short when this happened? Got to wonder that. So there's plenty of time. Like I said, I did a little swing trading last week coming into this week. I closed everything out knowing the Fed was coming. And I'll start to line it back up going into next week because I don't know, is there anything really, but we've got, I guess, jobs report coming up, but I feel like we put the real big stuff behind us for a little bit and can actually do some work here now. We'll see. But it felt good to get a few swing trades in there that did all right. Felt good to do that. I like the day trading. I liked adding a little bit of money each day like that, but also being able to put some, for me, some longer term trades in there is a good feel too. What's Robinhood doing here? Is there actually volume behind it? Yeah, there's volume. Oh, they just earnings. That's why. So again, in order for stocks to go up, what do they have to do? They got to stop going down first, right? Robinhood stopped going down a long time ago. A little bit of an uptrend in that here. Huge level right here. Huge level right there. So let's see. See if that can't get itself going, right? Why not? Put up post market, take a look here. So, all right. Big bottoming shadow down, topping shadow coming up. Let's see what direction it picks. Yeah, that 360 range, exactly. Yeah, below that, yep, exactly. We most likely head lower. We test lows again. I'll always be rooting for the bulls, but I have no illusions that, can't have bear markets without bull markets. So, or can't have bull markets without bear markets. That is what it is. And, all right, so there's, a few charts that we looked at here. They don't look bad, all things considered still. And like I said, one day doesn't make. This here, post market. This thing just keeps running into this resistance up here. Bang, 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 bang. I mean, this is probably, these two are probably slightly higher than what we see here, but this thing just hasn't gone anywhere. Look how long it's been since it's really gone anywhere, right? Wild. And stocks can go sideways for a very long time. This one broke my heart. I've day traded this one a ton. And again, everybody's heard me say 1,000 times, I don't think EVs are going anywhere. That's not a comment on they're good or bad or whatever. I'm just here to make money. I'm looking for those, maybe a long-term lithium play, but every time I feel like I want to be a buyer in this, I just can't do it. Thanks, Dinah. It's my daughter practicing viola over in the room around the corner from me here. Take it easy, buddy. Take it easy. Thanks for popping in. All right, Mike C., you have yourself a wonderful rest of your Wednesday evening. Appreciate it. Michael Anthony, did you see DVN on earnings, and where could you buy this for upside? I have no idea where you could buy it for upside. I did not see it on earnings. But we can look at a chart and look at a few levels, and then that'll wrap it up for me today. Wow. Ew. Yuck. All right. So first thing I do, I'm going to go and draw this line right here. Line seems to mean something, right? Above here, if you can hold above here, maybe you're getting a bounce, but below here, you're headed down to here. And that just happens to coincide with this 20-day low. Isn't that something? So if you're wrong below this line, this seems very logical to come and test down here in this area. And I think of them as spongy zones. Is it testing up here on the line? Is it testing down here on that? Splitting hairs here. But rejected hard off of its all-time highs again. There's all-time highs. Rejected hard, 80.63. Right? So we make of that what we want or what we will. Obviously, the street did not like the earnings, at least for today. And then the entire market sold off. So it just, kick a man when he's down kind of stuff. Louis Armstrong rolling in his grave. When could you buy? I have no idea. That's not what I do here, my friend. So there, that's that. Like I said, this is, seems like a logical risk area, and this seems like the next logical risk area. Where the entry is, I don't know. What if you enter today and the thing just runs sideways for 3 months? That's not much fun, right? So this is where a trading plan comes in. This is where your trading plan will have to come in. Where's the entry? So that is my magic trick on the day here, folks. Let's see, it was Wednesday, so Jamie was today, Thursday, tomorrow. Steve will be here tomorrow. Barry will have this open at 9 a.m. Eastern, give or take. Like I said, Steve will be here noon p.m. Eastern. I'm going to have to do the p.m. with noon, but you get the point. For about an hour, and back to Barry, and then over to me at 3:30 for Friday Junior. Hard to believe that we're already heading in the tail end of the week, right? Wow. Happens just like that, folks. So, all right. I thank you all, as always, very, very kindly for all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. Hopefully you all got a little something out of this. And remember, trend's your friend until it's not. That kind of stuff like that. All those cliches, they really matter. I never thought they did until I did think they mattered. That's just kind of the way it works. So, all right. With all that said, I will bid you all a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, wherever you are in the spinning globe we call Earth. We'll catch you tomorrow. Adios, everyone.